Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Money quarterbacks on Saturday. It's me, the big dog, our regular main host of the Scorekeeper, as you know, is dealing with some medical issues, so he may or may not be joining us today. Um, I had scheduled this a couple of weeks ago, and hopefully other hosts will come join us. Um, they had committed to it, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. If no one joins, then this is going to be a short show, but I will do my best. So I hope everybody's been doing well. I know we've been off for a few weeks, and we were just lost without Scorekeeper. Let's be honest. Last week, we had Almighty and Speedy do the show. I could not join last week because I was at San Diego Comic Con, and that is a commitment I usually don't miss. And we were already at the show. I mean, we were already at Comic Con, so that's why I didn't come on. I came on for a couple of minutes in the chat room to wish everyone well, and hopefully that show went well. So, which I'm pretty sure it did. But anyways, guys, as I said, today is, of course, July 29th, 2023. We'll do a little bit the way Scorekeeper does. It is at the moment 69 degrees here in sunny Riverside. It's going to be a little bit cooler than it has been. It's only supposed to hit 98 degrees today, which is still hot, but as you all know, everyone's going through this heat wave. We don't have it that bad. Arizona has it really bad. But I'm going to put out some feelers, see if anybody out there is going to join me. And so excuse me while I type as I talk. Hopefully you guys have all had a great week. And we'll be going over some sports in one moment. And lots going on in baseball with the trade deadline. One of the biggest news, of course, the hottest possible trade bait, Shohei Ohtani, was pulled off at the last possible minute. And he will remain a Angel at least for the rest of this season. And the Angels have acquired more people, a couple of pitchers for the playoff run, and we will hopefully see what we do. And I am joined by the best person across the pond, Anime Girl. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How was your con?
Oh,
Hey?
it was excellent. You're a little low in the. I can barely hear you, but you kind of have the
Oh,
scorekeeper's problem.
okay. Well, that figures. That figures. I will. Let me have a look.
Oh, okay. How have you been?
Ooh, how's that? Any better?
No, it's still the same. A little low.
Too low. Right. Give me five. I'll leave and get back into you. Okay?
Okie dokie. And Anime Girl will join us very shortly. We'll see if we have any of our other guests come on, our other hosts. But as I said, so Shohei Ohtani was taken off the trading block. Trading deadline, I believe, is Tuesday. Lots and lots of moves. One very surprisingly was the Boston Red Sox traded Kiki Hernandez back to the Dodgers, which I found odd since he left the Dodgers um, a couple of years ago to go with Boston. From my understanding, there's something went on at batting practice just before he was traded. So I don't know if there was a heated exchange, but someone that I know that follows the Red Sox religiously for whatever reason. Um, Said there was some sort of altercation at batting practice and that he was traded later that day. So whether that's true or not, I don't know. I haven't seen anything in any of the talking heads that talk about trades and such or any articles. So if it is, we'll see what happens, and that'll probably come out later if it is true. But lots of players on the move. As I said, we'll get into that right now with Anime Girl and myself. But let me see, since we're already starting. So in the baseball news, one of the main things, of course, is baseball commissioner Rob Manfred, Scorekeeper's favorite person. So Major League Baseball's 30 owners voted to extend Rob Manfred as sports commissioner Wednesday, keeping him in place through January of 2029. The deal puts Manfred in line to guide the owners through another round of collective bargaining, which the current CBA is set to expire after the 2026 season. Manfred, who is only 64, still has one more season remaining on his previous contract and was extended for another 4 years. His new deal will keep him on the job until January 25th, 2029, and at that point, he'll be 70 years old. I'm not quite sure how much money he makes, but of course, he is very, very well paid. Maybe not as well as Roger Goodell, but uh, he's led Major League Baseball for a while. So let me see, Rob. Oh, she's back. Let me get her back in. There
Any
you
better?
are.
Any
A little
better?
bit better.
Oh, hell damn. Somebody's
It's
got to
okay.
take Roger's place. Looks like it's going to be me.
So how have you been?
Um, Not so bad. Not so bad.
And your
I,
mother?
bit like the Titanic.
Uh,
But other than that, everything seems to be going along, as they say, swimmingly. So, you were discussing your con last week. Did we get any goodies?
um, not really. The stuff that because I went with my daughter. Well, let's see. I volunteered on Wednesday and Thursday. I used one of the days for my free day on Friday, and then went with my daughter on Saturday, my youngest, and she's a big Bob's Burgers fan, so she was looking at that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, the booths that had that type of merchandise and a few other things that we were both looking at is a lottery system, and we didn't get picked this year for the first time in a long time. We didn't get picked, so she did get her little squishy thingy. It's one of the characters, I guess, on Bob's Burgers. I'm not a big Bob Burger fan, so I'm not sure what that
Squishy.
character is. But every year she always tries to get the new version of whatever it is. So we had to have someone buy it for us that had gotten into the lottery. But she
Okay.
was very disappointed because the first set of people that she asked, they were extremely mean about it. So she was like, oh, can you get such and such for me? Of course, I'll pay you for it, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, no, I'm not going to do that. Why did I do that for you? So she was
Scope.
disappointed in that. But when we went to go eat, and when we came back downstairs, I told her, go ahead and ask people again. She's like, no, they were mean. I go, no, all those people are gone. That was an hour ago. So she did. She asked someone, and a young woman, very very nice, very sweet, said, "Oh, of course, no problem." So I zelled her the money, and she made the purchase. And my daughter, you talk about a genuinely happy smile when she got her little. It was a nightlight lamp this year,
Okay.
and that smile on her face, I had to snap a picture because it was the sheer utter joy of just getting what you want.
Yeah,
There was that type of a smile.
yeah. That's good. That's good. It's unfortunate that you meet the, so we
Oh
see the
yeah.
a holes that ruin those sort of things. I mean, I'm I can't comment because I've never been to a con in my life.
Really?
Really, I've never been.
Oh wow. Yeah, a lot
I
of people
mean,
were complaining because of the strike, how that none of the actors were going to be there or directors. Excuse me,
mm,
actors or writers. But there were still some panels. There were still some stars there because if they weren't promoting anything new, they could be there under the rules of SAG, which is
yeah,
the actors union. So if they, as long as they weren't promoting anything new, they were allowed to be there and sign or do whatever they were going to do. So there were still a handful of actors, I'd say a dozen or
yeah.
so, that were there for panels, or they were moderating for someone else's panel. Like Kevin Smith was there, and everybody
Ah,
was wondering why he was there, and because he had nothing to promote, and he was moderating, I think, three different other people's panels. So,
cool. But all in
but all
all,
in
it was
all,
a
it was
good day.
fun. Extremely
Yeah,
tiring. We ended up not
yeah. There
going
was.
on Sunday, but
Hmm.
because we were both tired, my daughter was already kind of getting sick, and she got sick.
Oh dear.
So it is what it is. But we went. I went 4 out of the 5 days, so I can't complain. It was fun.
As long as you enjoyed it, that is the main thing. That is the main thing. Oh, just a little bit of information for you. Next
Yes.
Saturday, I will
Uh-huh.
not be here.
Why?
Um,
I'm
I
just
got to.
I'm just kidding. It's
No,
okay.
no, no. I can tell you, it's not a problem. Mum had some bad news about a friend in Cornwall.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
So next Saturday, I got me a 4 hour trip to Cornwall.
Oh, sounds like fun.
Yeah, then I got to wait 4 hours while they do their,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
and then I got a 4 hour trip back again. Hey ho. So unfortunately, even if the scorekeeper is back, I won't be.
Uh,
So do express my regret, but tell
yeah.
him it's because of mother, and I got to get that sorted first.
Of course. Family always comes first.
Exactly. And today, hopefully, I invited Almighty. He said he'd join us, and I think Speedy let it slip last Saturday that he might be here as well
Yeah, I
today.
sent a PM in our group chat. I said, going live, who's going to join me? So we'll see if anybody
Yeah,
sees that.
I tried to answer to that, and then the computer decided to do the hairy fairy on me, and I thought, bugger it, just hit the button and go. And as I got here, and the first words out of my dear old friend Big Dog is, "You've got scorekeeper's problem." I'm thinking, okay, nothing like nature telling you to go away and try again. So I did, and I have.
Well, on my side, hopefully I sound better, that you guys can hear, that you and everyone else can hear me more clearly now, because
Yeah.
I went out and bought new earbuds.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, even though I had the Apple earbuds before, as you guys were saying, you can only catch maybe every third or fourth word for whatever
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah. It was.
So
We
I
go
got
along,
these
and you.
last week.
Yeah, as they say, you were going along, and it was. Oh, and you're thinking, hang on. Nah, I still didn't get it. You know what I mean? Anyway, talking of things getting better, how is
Uh-huh.
Scorekeeper doing? Do we know?
He's doing better. I remember I believe last time he said how uh, the MRI for his neck, they had postponed it. Well, it's back on again. So he's waiting. I think he's either having it this coming week or the following week. I also sent a text to him, a personal text, told him to come join us. So we'll see if he does or doesn't. But
Mm,
he may be
I did.
driving or doing other
I,
things. I'm
I
not
did
sure.
see something come up on Facebook before I come back into the site, but I didn't wait long enough to go in and find out what it was. So,
Uh,
hmm. Mother did
okay.
want to. Mother did want to send him a get well card, but I said you can't do that. She says why not? I said because we don't know where the bloody hell he is. We didn't have an address, so she said, "Oh, okay,
I can send you his address. I'll send you his address on a PM.
clear it with Roger first." Okay,
Okay.
if the man says yes, then fine. But if the man says no, then it's
And I'll
no.
say fine.
Whatever, whatever. You know what they say, you know. He's big enough and old enough to do it himself. But there you go. I just pass my regards on as well. Hope he's doing well.
I will. I will. How's the weather over there? Because it's hotter than hell over here. We're in the middle of a big old heat
Um,
wave.
but we're lucky in a way. We've missed the worst of the heat wave that Europe's suffering
Oh,
because
okay.
we're on the wrong side of the jet stream. They're all to the south of it, and we're to the north.
Ah.
So what we've got at the moment is sort of like bands of rain coming in,
Oh, okay.
but it's humid. So you're hot and you're sticky, but if you open your window, you end up bailing out because you're liable to get Typhoon Annie sticking water through your windscreen. You know, it's just you don't know which way to go. So, and then the temperature will suddenly drop. So instead of sweating like some little pork pig on a roast, you're suddenly thinking, Jesus H, where did the heat go? Can't make his mind up.
Ah,
Typical
okay.
British summer weather, you know, as they
Yeah,
say, you
we're
know.
we're having fun here in the U.S. Uh, pretty much all along the continental United States. It's a heat wave. Um, it's not as bad. It's been where Roger and I live. It's been about 100 plus every day, but like 102, 103. Today
Yeah,
is not supposed to be too bad. It's only supposed to be 98 today. But like Phoenix, who is just to the east of us, they've now had 14 or 15 days of 110 plus.
ouch,
Yeah,
ouch. Not good, not good.
yeah.
Well,
They're
it's you got
and the way
Spain.
people say, "Oh, it's okay. It's a dry heat." No, it's hot. It's
Yeah.
hot.
Now when it's hot like that, it's just yuck. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
doesn't matter
we're
whether.
lucky. Yeah, we're lucky because Greece and Spain, they've had something like was it 40 degrees C,
Ah,
44
wow.
degrees C. Um, they've got wildfires. Fortunately, touch wood at the moment, nothing like that over here.
That's good.
So we're stumbling along. So you know,
Yeah.
fortunately, we're on the as we say we're on the northern side of the jet stream. It's sort of like comes across the Atlantic and there's a nice big dip, and where that big dip is, we're up that side, and all the heat's on the other side.
Well, lucky for you guys.
Lucky for our guys. Yep, that meant my birthday was spent looking out the window, thinking, okay, do I risk it or do I just go for it? And I thought, sod it, birthday, I just go for it.
So is there pictures or video of you dancing on the tables?
Hell no. Do I look that stupid? Don't answer that. Don't even go there. Don't even go there. I mean, I know the answer to that, so don't even go there.
Well, I hope you had a wonderful time on your birthday.
Yeah, yeah. I went shopping. I saw mother. I had one or two little hellos with friends, and then I spent the evening watching an anime and
Oh,
thoroughly
there you
enjoyed it.
go.
And thoroughly enjoyed myself.
I was about to say if you bought any new anime for your birthday, but watching is just as
Yes, I
well.
did. Yes,
There
I
you
did
go.
buy some new anime. I haven't watched it yet, but yes, I did buy one. Um, it's not new per se, but it's new to me. And it's that one.
Oh, okay.
It's a series. This is a certain scientific railgun T.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Uh, I can
that's
hear
sort of
you.
like it's like season three. So
Oh, okay.
so other than that, I didn't buy myself a great deal. At my age, you don't need a lot. My God, you've
Yeah, by that
disappeared,
time
sir.
you know exactly what you want and so on and so forth. So it's a little
Yeah,
easy to shop for yourself that way.
yeah, yeah. It is easier, a lot easier. You've disappeared, BD. I'm talking to myself.
No, I'm still here. I just had to take care of something real quick. There we go.
Ah, okay. What we swapped tops then or something?
Huh? Oh, no, this is The
Uh,
periodic chart of supervillains.
oh, okay.
My, my daughter gave it to me for my birthday for last month. Last month. So
Oh, cool. Cool. I bet Gru's
I
not
can
on
always
there.
use new shirts.
Yeah. I bet Gru's not on there, is he?
Who?
Gru.
No, this is DC. Group's
DC. Oh,
Marvel.
okay. Oh, I thought it was all supervillains, you see. So there's no Lex Luthor, there's no Gru, no Joker. Hell, man, that's boring. And you
any
glad you missed this for a couple of weeks, eh?
any scores on the over the pond that you care to share with us? Any scores?
Scores in the doors. No, I think the last major score that the English were celebrating was the Lionesses football team at the World Cup. But I don't think they're playing today. I think it's Holland or somebody that's playing. I'd have to go in and double check on that one, which I can do.
Uh,
It's not a problem. I can do that, as they say. I just cut your throat off the telly because you see, I had to make sure that everything was up and running because I was having problems with the computer.
ah,
And you sort of popped on the screen, and I thought, great. And I moved the computer, got it all set up, looked across, and nothing. And I thought, uh huh. He sat there thinking, no bugger's going to join me, and I'm not going to sit here on my own for the next hour or so. So you can go and whistle Dixie. And I thought, blast it, I've missed him again. So, but no, you appeared, and I thought, keep going, girl. You're going to get there. So I did.
yeah, it was. I think I came on at 6:01. I was about to come on, and then I realized I was trying to send out a post on with Sports Talk with the guys, but something happened that Scorekeeper said he took away all of I guess our abilities to post under the
Oh,
Sports Talk.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I've had that problem for quite some time that I couldn't post on that page. If I want to
yeah,
post something
so
on it, I've got
he
to.
took it away, so I couldn't post. So that's why I sent out the PM, and then I said, well, I got to get on to get the show going.
Yeah, well, I did promise I'd be here,
Yes, you
and
did.
I tried to arrange it that everybody joined. I didn't know about last Saturday, not a clue.
Yeah, I was surprised also. I was at the con, and I looked at my phone because my youngest, we left early. We got there, and because we were volunteering, we thought we were going to be able to volunteer early, but we couldn't volunteer till later in the day. But luckily, uh, the San Diego Con people, our assignment wasn't until 4 o'clock, and of course the con, you have to work 3 hours, but the con closes at 6. So I was like, well, we're gonna volunteer, and we're not gonna be able to go into the con. They're like, oh, no, we'll let you in the con now, and you can enjoy the entire day, but you have to show up at 4 o'clock. If you don't show up, you'll never volunteer for us ever again. So I was like, well, that's fair. Like, of course,
Yeah,
yeah. And of course, like, we showed up early. We didn't want to jeopardize that. But so because we had gone down there so early, uh, if you remember when you were 19 years old, you know,
mm,
uh,
in
appearance
1800 and frozen to death. Yes.
appearance is everything to young women. And I
Oh
kept
yeah.
telling my daughter, I'm like, because we sat down and we were going to eat a little breakfast, and all of a sudden, out of her backpack, she starts pulling all these little bags. Like, what are you doing? She's like, oh, I got to get my face ready. I'm like,
Yeah.
you don't need to, Mia. You're pure. You're pretty the way you are.
No,
You're
no,
just
no,
saying
no,
that because
no,
you're my dad.
no, no,
I'm
no.
like,
Hey,
well,
listen.
that's beside the point. I go, you are pretty. She's like, no. So she starts. Oh, she starts this process. I even took a video of her. She didn't notice I was videoing her doing all her makeup until about two and a half minutes in. She's like, "What are you doing?" I'm
Yeah.
like, "Nothing."
Excuse me. Point that camera elsewhere. I mean, even
Yeah,
before I
pretty
came on
pretty
here,
much.
yeah, even before I come on here, I thought, brush your hair, make it look decent. I still look like Scooby Doo on a bad day, but.
No. And I was making fun of her. I told her, if you ever lose that bag, that thing's worth probably what, about like $5,000 in there? She's like, yeah. She had a
Yeah.
brush for this and a brush for that, and
Well,
these.
you do. You do. I mean, that brush is just for brushing. I've got another
Mm-hmm.
brush for curling, and I got another brush for something. You got to
Oh
have the
yeah,
right brush for the right job.
yeah. She had all
Otherwise,
kinds of little brushes to help blend in
mm,
her makeup and to do this and to do that. There was one
yeah,
that
yeah,
looked like a little mini fan I had never seen before. I'm like, what the hell is that? She's like, oh, you do it for this? I'm like,
yeah,
okay, whatever.
yeah. You use that here, and you use that over there, and you got this here and that. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yep.
You got to learn all of that. Believe you me, I know. Cost a bloody fortune. Then you look at it and think, do I really need all of this? And you walk out without it, and the first words the guy says is, "Oh, couldn't be bothered to get dressed then."
That is true. That
Yeah,
is so true.
and he gets a two-word response. The second one normally being off. You know what I mean?
That is correct.
That is correct. I mean, you think I don't need all of this. I'll go out au natural. So you go out au natural, and the guy just looks and goes, "Oh, couldn't be bothered to get dressed then." Couldn't be bothered to make an effort.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good one.
yes. But there you go. Hey ho. Anyway, we digress. Do you wish to know some?
Slightly.
Yes. Do you wish to know some World Cup scores? I will present you with some.
Cool.
Excuse me while I be ignorant. Full time was Sweden 5, Italy nil. Full time was France 2, Brazil 1. So that'll go down like a lead balloon in Brazil.
Yeah.
And at this time, between Panama and Jamaica, it's half time and it's 0-0.
Well, that's because they're all high.
I ain't going there. I ain't going there. I'm not answering that one. No, no, no. You're on your own. I can't run fast
Oh.
enough. It's not at my age.
All right. Well, we'll go with Scorekeeper's favorite sport right now. We'll go with baseball. I'm going to give the scores, and then we will give the standings. So these scores were all of last night. It was the Orioles beating the Yankees 1-0. The Blue
Yes. Oh,
Jays beat
sorry.
the huh?
Yes. Scorekeeper's going to
The
be.
Blue Jays beat my Angels 4-1. The
Oh, dear.
The Scorekeeper's second favorite team, the Cincinnati Reds, beat the Dodgers 6-5. The Marlins beat the Tigers 6-5. The Phillies beat the Pirates 2-1. The the White Sox beat the Guardians 3-0. The Mets beat the Nationals 5-1. So Tanya's happy. The Braves beat the Brewers 10-7. The Royals beat the Twins 8-5. The Rays beat the Astros 4-3. That's always a good thing. The Cubs beat the Cardinals 3-2. The Athletics beat the Rockies 8-5. The Mariners beat the Diamondbacks 5-2. The Padres beat the Rangers. They beat them up bad 7-1. And the Boston Red Sox beat the hated ones, Speedy's favorite team, the Giants, 3-2. So it was a full night yesterday. In the standings, as we're starting to wrap it up, we're almost going into August. So the June gloom, and as they call it, in the middle of the season is past. So everybody's ramping up for the playoffs. In the East, we have the Baltimore Orioles in first place. Tampa Bay is 1.5 behind. Toronto is 5.5 behind, followed by Boston. And unfortunately, in last place is the New York Yankees, 9 games behind.
Ooh.
In the Central, it's the
Battle.
Minnesota Twins in first place, followed by the, I'm calling still the Cleveland Indians, the Guardians. They're a game and a half behind, followed by Detroit, the White Sox, and Kansas City. In the West, it is the Texas Rangers still holding on to first place. 2 games behind them are the Houston Assholes. And then it is the Angels 6 games behind, followed by Seattle and Oakland. In the East of the National League now, it is the Atlanta Braves once again in first place with a commanding 10-game lead over the second place Phillies, followed
What?
by Miami, the Mets, and the Washington Nationals. In the Central, it's the Milwaukee Brewers in first place. Second is the Cincinnati Reds, a half game behind only, followed by the Chicago Cubs, 4.5 behind, followed by St. Louis and Pittsburgh in last in the Central. In the West, the Dodgers are once again on the top of the heap. The Giants are in second place, 3 games behind. Arizona is only 4 games behind, followed by the Padres, and in last place are the Colorado Rockies. So there's the standings, guys, as of Saturday morning in the U.S. And as I
Sounds
said,
like
the
been
trading
having fun.
deadline is going on right now. Excuse me, trades are going on right now. The trading deadline, I believe, is Tuesday. Make sure on that. It's either Tuesday or Wednesday. Major League Baseball trading deadline. Trade deadline.
Yeah, I have been seeing a few headlines, but I haven't been putting two and two together too well.
Yeah, August 1st is the trade deadline. So
Uh,
that would be, I believe, Tuesday, is it not? Yes, Tuesday. So
yeah,
Tuesday is the trade
Tuesday.
deadline. So lots of scrambling going on. As I said, um, everybody's making the moves to try and better themselves or dump salaries. Something rather than just letting the player go without getting compensation. One of the big ones was, of course, Kiki Hernandez going back to the Dodgers, who he left the Dodgers right after they won in 2020 in free agency. So the Boston Red Sox traded him back to the Dodgers for a pitcher and I believe 2 minor leaguers. Of course, the biggest news of all was that Shohei Ohtani of the Angels, the pitcher, the phenom, was pulled off the trade market. And Artie Moreno, owner of the Angels, said he will not be traded, and we are going to be making the playoff push for the wild card, as they're, I believe, only 1 game out
Yeah,
of the wild
I read
card.
that. I read that
Yep.
about Otani. As soon as I saw it, I thought, "Ooh, bet Roger's looking at that, thinking, But yeah, I read
Yeah.
that about Otani. Yeah,
Whoever pays him in this offseason, they're going to back up that, excuse me, that Brinks truck because he's going to get a major, major deal. Even though he's been injury prone, and now he is actually out. I believe it was yesterday he was out with cramps in his around his waist rib area, and he was held out today. He's going to be held out today also as a precaution, but he had a feat that no one had done before. Kind of a useless stat, but you know the way everybody is now with stats
oh
nowadays.
yeah, yeah.
There was a doubleheader day before, yes, about 3 days ago, maybe, or 2 days ago, which the Angels swept. I believe it was against the Brewers. And Otani pitched the first game, and he had his first complete game of the year. He pitched a one-hitter, beautiful gem. He had a perfect game going into the 5th inning, where he gave up the 1 single, and that's the only hit he gave up the entire game. Now, they won. The Angels won that game, and he came back and was DH for the second game. And he ended up blasting 2 homers. So he became the only player in Major League Baseball history to pitch in 1 game in the first game, and then hit home runs in the second game.
Can't
You
argue
know,
with that. I
yeah.
mean, the guy's at least proving he's worth his money slightly.
Yes.
At least to get the
Unfortunately, after hitting that second home run, that's when he started cramping up because you could actually see him as he rounded the bases. He kept holding his side, kind of like when
yeah,
you run too much and you get that little
get that
cramp on.
that's yeah that
Yes,
little stitch. You think, ow, yeah.
yeah, yeah. That's exactly the way he went. So they kept him out of that game. They took him out, and then he missed the following game, and I think he's going to miss today's game also.
Oh,
but they're just saying it's cramping. Probably was uh probably dehydrated is what I'm thinking. If you pitch an entire game and then you get
yeah,
the what is it, half-hour rest in between the double headers, and then you come out and play again. So, you
it
know,
could be. It could be. Could you know, if he's dehydrated on the field
yeah,
and during that half hour he imbibes a little bit too much, the muscles are going to
exactly.
react. And when he starts exercising, especially when he's running round the
Yep.
bases, all of a sudden the muscles are going to say, you know what, son, had enough. Boom, we stop. I mean, it hurts. I mean, I can remember when I was younger, we didn't have gas lighting before you even go there. I mean, you'd be on the pitch or the park doing stuff, and all of a sudden you get this real sharp pain, especially under sort of like the rib cage, and you think, "Ow!" There's no way you were going to move. No way, because it would take your breath away, and no matter
Yeah.
how hard you breathed in, it hurt too much to make a move, and you think, "Bugger it." The amount of times I come off a basketball court because I just running down the sideline and just went, "Boom! Ow!
Yep.
I'm out." I'm gone.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. When I was younger and a lot less poundage, when I used to play basketball and we used to go back and forth,
Yeah.
for a couple of hours, you get that side cramp and then you try and go and you're like, ow,
Now,
ow, it's not happening.
no, I'm not moving. It's embarrassing when you look down and the turtle overtakes you. You think, smart ass. Yeah, those were the days,
um,
though.
how far is Paris from you?
Paris.
Yes.
Um, by by plane, I would say about an hour. Why?
If you were, well, I was just thinking it. I was just wondering if you had any plans on next year's Olympics.
Hell no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. There's two reasons why I would not be going to Paris, France for the Olympics. One, I ain't that keen on the Olympics.
Okay.
Two, I certainly ain't that keen on Paris. I mean, you ever been there?
Oh no, I wish I would love to go at least once, at least to see the museums and the Louvre
Mm,
and just take in the atmosphere and stuff. But
but
I
well,
don't think that'll happen.
the Parisian atmosphere is certainly something to take in. I mean, I went once
Uh huh.
um, in the sort of like mid 70s,
Okay.
and I'll be perfectly honest. You look at Paris on the screen and you think, beautiful city, until you get there, and then you suddenly realise that that beautiful city is just all show. It's a grotty as hell. The drivers, it's like being on a dodgem track or a demolition derby, especially if you go down the Champs Elysees and round the Arc de Triomphe. It is hell on wheels. Forget it. If you get caught going round the Arc de Triomphe, don't expect any French person to slow down and let you off because it ain't happening. I mean, I'll be honest. I spent 2 days there, and I don't think I ever saw one car without a dented fender, front or rear.
Oh
No way.
wow.
Everything's
Wow.
everything's dented. They just don't give a damn. Red light, go. Green light, go. No lights, bugger it. I got right away. Go. You just sit there and you think, are you guys for real? They are. They just don't give a damn. So no, I wouldn't go back to Paris. Now, Vienna in Austria, I might be tempted, but
Okay.
no, not Paris, not Paris.
I was just wondering because they were, in fact, it was just last night they were talking about how Paris is already getting ready for next year's Olympics,
Yeah.
and I guess they are teaming with the 2028 team here in Los Angeles because in 2028 it'll be here in LA,
Okay.
and I guess they're like sister cities, so they're using their experience of what's going on now and how they're getting ready, and the LA team, and I guess is sending some people over there to kind of look over and see what they're doing, their do's and their don'ts, to try and make sure
Yeah.
that ours is ready to go.
Yeah. Because is it the French are they're going for renewables and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
It's supposed to be one of the greenest Olympics so far. That's what they're aiming for. Renewable energy. I mean, half the sites they used or they're using, they're pre-built. They're just adapting them slightly. I think the only thing that they're constructing, when I remember the news, is they're doing the athletes' village,
Oh,
but
okay.
everything else is in place.
Yeah.
So
Same thing with Los Angeles. The only thing they built, I think, last time was the cycling center in '84. So
mhm.
if anything, they're just renewing them up, to making sure
Yeah,
everything's up to specs. But pretty much LA's already set. I mean, we have all the arenas that anybody's going to need,
well,
you know.
exactly. Yeah,
So,
like we say in Scotland, all they'll be doing is titivating,
yep.
literally. Bit of paint
So,
here, a bit of repair there. Yeah, that'll do.
yeah.
The only thing I think America has a problem with is transport within the city.
Yes. And they're actually, they talked about this about 2 weeks ago. Our transit system, the subways and such, they've passed a bill and they're investing something like $500 million into upgrading everything, and
Yeah,
specifically it was for the Olympics, so that make sure that
yeah,
everything is running at what as close to perfection as LA can get by
yeah.
2028.
Uh, I would suggest to go talk to the Japanese when it comes to running
Oh
trains
yes,
and transit systems because those boys, they know what they're doing. But
yeah, because they don't have every step of the way someone handing their hand out, for their
yeah,
portion.
yeah. I mean, I mean, we've got problems over here with our railway. And I sit and look at our trains and I think it'd be so much easier if we took stock basically of what the Japanese do with their transit system. I mean, each city has like a card, and in fact, some of
Yeah.
the air it's whole areas. They have, I think, one is called the Seeker card or something,
Okay.
and you buy the card and you put money on the card. Then when you want to go somewhere, you just turn up to the train station, swipe the card over the reader, and off you go. You know, yes, there are people on the platforms to assist you if required, but if not, you go and do it yourself.
Yeah.
And they don't have, well, they do have fare dodgers, but then again, they've got people that can spot them. And
Okay.
being Japanese, many of them don't fare dodge anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
So they just swipe these cards, and if it gets a bit low, you think, okay, you go back to the cash point machine, stick your card in, put your money in for however much you want, charge your card up, and off you go. So
Yeah.
I don't believe why we can't do it. I mean, we're supposed to be the educated ones, and yet everybody's teaching us what to do with railways. And I mean, I suppose America, most of your railways are all freight orientated, aren't they? They're
Yes.
not passenger orientated.
Yes, yeah, that's all they care about is getting the freight from one place to the other. They Passengers
Yeah,
are afterthought.
yeah,
So
exactly. I mean, something I never understood about American trains. People say to me, "Oh, I love American trains." You think, why? And they go, "Well, look at the size of them." Yeah, yeah. You get half a dozen engines at the front, and it's 3 miles long. And by the time tail end Charlie's gone one way, you go to move, and guess what? You got another bugger coming that way, another 3 mile long. You think, "Oh, forget it."
pretty much. But what
Yeah,
what you were saying about having the card, San Diego had it that way last week, or their trolley system. They call it a trolley system. It's the same thing. It's a subway. Um, but the same thing, we were able to. You buy your card virtually on your phone,
yeah,
and it has a barcode, and you just load it, and it's
that's it.
once you buy the card, uh, pretty much you can use any of the transit system,
Yeah,
whether it be the bus or the train,
yeah,
trolley. It takes you throughout San Diego.
yeah.
And
Well,
actually, for the first time in 15, 20 years, I actually, the transit officer actually came onto the train while we were on, and he said, ticket check. I was like, oh, okay. First time ever.
Yeah, that's
And he
new.
went by everyone really quick, scanning to make sure they had paid for their ticket.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I can't understand. I mean, everybody says, "Oh, we're going for the technology," and you think, well, it's right there. You can have it, as you say, on your phone if you so
Yep.
desire, or you can actually have a card, a little card that you swipe, which is not difficult for people. I mean,
Yeah.
even for an old fart like me, I get it, I understand it. But I mean, most Japanese trains, you've got a driver at the front and a guard at the back. And all that guy at the back does is get out the train at this platform, watches up the train for people getting on and off, and after a certain time, he checks the train to make sure there's nobody getting on and off. He's
Yep.
got like a bank of, I think it's 3 TV screens, which he checks, and you see him physically stand there, go like that, and he checks
Okay.
all along the train. He then hits the button to close all the doors on the train, double checks, gets back in the train, closes the door, looks out, presses the button, and the train goes. So much easier
Yeah.
because he knows everybody's got these damn cards, or like you with the phone, and they just walk along and go bleep. No,
Yep.
so much easier. I mean, I
Yeah.
understand that. Mind you, I'm still like the Japanese. I'm still in love with the cash, but oh dear, show my age. Show my age. Money,
Nah.
yeah, damn it all.
All
Anyway,
right. Let's see.
doesn't seem like our associates are going to be in any hurry to join in, does it?
Yeah. Well,
We
I
could
was
end up,
wondering.
yeah, we could end up doing the same as what Speedy and Almighty did last week. Spend a couple of hours talking about everything and anything, and calling it quits.
Yep.
Well, I believe what was it?
Um,
It was
I don't
Speedy's
know
idea.
if I'm sorry.
It was Speedy's idea apparently. Yes, last week he decided he wanted on, but
Yeah. Well.
he went straight on and never said to anybody. And Almighty checked things out, found him on the screen talking merrily to himself, and joined him. And I tried to join in, but I just couldn't get a connection, no matter how hard I tried. So, but
In basketball news, did you guys hear about LeBron James' son?
I heard something. I'm not sure
Okay, so what
quite.
happened was is he's 18. I think believe he's only 18 years old. So he committed to go to USC and play for the Trojans for
Hmm,
this coming season. So of course, practice is going on right now. And on Monday, he was practicing with the team, and about a half hour into practice, he collapsed,
yeah, I heard that.
and he went into cardiac arrest. And luckily, the
Right.
medical people there were on him instantaneously, and they
Yeah.
had to use a defibrillator, but they brought him back and sent him to the USC hospital, most likely that's closest. And he
Mhm.
spent the day in ICU. By the end of the night, they said he was in out of ICU, and no other updates were given as of let me see. To the yesterday was Friday, I believe Thursday afternoon. He was released from the hospital to go home,
Yeah.
and everybody's been very very quiet about what happened and what's going on. But I'm pretty sure he's going through all the tests and such to make
Yeah.
sure he doesn't have a heart problem.
Yeah.
Because of course all the TV
Yeah.
doctors, that get paid to give their opinion, are
Yeah.
saying he could have an enlarged heart. He could have, his arteries could be enlarged. It could be this. It could be that. So everybody's
Yeah.
the conjecture out there is off the
Yeah.
chart.
Yeah. Because Elon
And
Musk got involved and all, didn't he? And he got his knuckles wrapped because he said it was something to do with COVID.
yes, yes,
So yeah,
because he got the vaccination.
yeah,
So
yeah.
and
So yeah,
and
Elon Musk raided in on that, and apparently he got told,
yeah,
wind your neck in
everybody,
sunshine.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah, because I believe he said something to the effect of, well, heart problems are a side effect of the COVID vaccination,
yeah,
and he put the question marks in the So
yeah. And of
yeah,
course, the anti-vaxxers went absolutely
mm-hmm,
ballistic on it, jumped on it, and all the conspiracy theories come spilling out.
of course.
Yeah, because it's not called Twitter now, is it? It's
Nope.
But mind you, I did read somewhere that was it Zuckermayer?
Zuckerberg.
That's him, the
Uh-huh.
Facebook guy. He's challenging Musk on the actual little symbol that he's using because apparently it already belongs to him. He's
Oh
trademarked something
yeah.
similar.
Yeah, because he changed the name to X or something, or
Yeah,
excuse
something
me.
like that. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. It's to me it's
pathetic.
well, yeah, but I think Elon Musk is trying to destroy Twitter for whatever reason. Once he took it over and did all the changes that everybody hated,
Yeah,
and supposedly after a year it's only worth half of what he bought it for, and blah
yeah.
blah blah. You know, he tried to
Who
fix
doesn't
something that
care?
wasn't really broke. I mean, there
Well,
were problems, of course, as there is with any major
well,
platform,
the
but for the most
problems.
part,
Yeah,
it did its job.
yeah. Well, the problems with Twitter, he hasn't he hasn't addressed.
True. Yeah.
I mean, the toxicity on what was Twitter is still there. You really do have to be careful
Yes.
um, talking to certain individuals because one minute you make a perfectly innocent comment or
Hmm.
you give your honest opinion on a subject, and as they say over here, you get dogpiled. The
Yeah.
world jumps on you, and you just sit there all day just going block, 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 because you got all these idiots that they believe the wildest of fantasies. I mean, I made a comment to a friend of mine about um, Elon Musk and flat Earth
Uh
because he
huh.
changed to an X, and he tweeted back because it was Twitter then. He tweeted back about yeah, if it was the Earth was flat, all the cats would have knocked everything off,
I
right? Yeah, I laughed as well.
like that.
Yeah, and we got this comment come up about somebody said, well, if it was flat, why hasn't anybody been to the edge and come back and told us? So I rather sarcastically tweeted back, they got there, but they fell off, floated off into space. You would not believe the shit I got for that. I got some hell of a crap for that. Just because I made this little joke that, yeah, they got there, but they fell off the edge. You know, what the hell? All because of a joke about flat Earth. Just
Too many
unbelievable.
sensitive people out there.
Well, they get sensitive for other people, which is I've
Yes,
never
I hate
understood
that.
that.
I
I
hate
mean,
that.
yeah, I mean, pardon the expression, but somebody's ethnicity, right?
Hmm.
There's an innocent comment made between two individuals of different ethnic groups, and the third individual overhears said comment. And he gets upset because the guy of the ethnic origin doesn't get upset
Uh
because he knows the first guy in the first place.
huh.
So
Oh
what the
yeah.
hell? You know, to me, I just do not understand it. Why are you getting upset? He's not offended. So why are you? It's nothing to do with you. Stop earwigging. But oh man, I mean, it's like I take the Mickey out of Roger. There's people that get upset over that because they think I'm denigrating his ethnic origins. I'm
Yeah.
not. I wouldn't do that to Roger. I wouldn't do that to you. I mean, yes, there's 101, shall we say, old style statements that I would love to make because to me they're just comedy. But you daren't make them. You daren't because
Unfortunately. Yeah.
yeah, it's a case of oh, it's the white supremacist,
Yeah.
hanging up on the poor Mexican. Hell no, no, no.
And
Roger is no
it's so
poor
much.
Mexican.
it's so much worse here in America, you
Yeah,
know, because you got, I mean, over in England, or you guys have been ahead of the curve as far as the progression and integration and so on and so forth, since the 50s and 60s and so on, and that. And America's always been catching up, but ever since, Twitter and social media and everybody
yeah,
here is triggered for, looking at someone the wrong way, and they make a
yeah.
big old fuss, and you know, uh, we're trying to give credence to all these people that have stupid statements to make, and we're giving them the platform because we're too afraid to say something
Well, yeah,
negative, and then we're the ones that are attacked.
well, yeah, exactly,
You
exactly. I
know.
mean, the one that gets me is, you know, because of my ethnic background, I'm
Hmm.
considered to have, you know, I'm superior. I've got privilege. Excuse me? You want to tell me what privilege I've got? I mean, I'm having to go to work at my age because I can't afford to retire. I'm having to survive on next to nothing because of rent, or fuel for the car, tax and insurance. What privilege have I got? I can I know several ethnic families around my area, and they're sitting with two, three cars on the driveway. They've got the latest computer system. They've got the latest iPhone. I can't afford it. So who the hell's got the privilege? I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. I don't understand it. Maybe it's just my age, but I don't understand it.
Yeah. Once you get that hit that whatever number it is in age, all nothing makes sense anymore.
No,
You
no,
know
no.
what you believe and what you grew up with, and then
Yeah,
you look out and watch either TV or just go out into outside, and you're just like, what the hell?
yeah. You wake up one morning, you look out in the world, and you think, what happened? You
Hmm.
know. I mean, people say to me, "Oh, you're not as cheerful as you used to be," and I say, "Well, that's understandable because the world that I grew up in, the world that I understood, doesn't exist. I can't be myself anymore because I'm not allowed to be myself.
Yeah.
Right? I can't walk up to um, somebody from the black community as I used to and interact with them in the way that I used to in the 70s and early 80s because now it's considered racist,
Yeah.
despite the fact that it was a black individual that taught me what to do.
That doesn't
You know what I
count.
mean? Yeah,
That doesn't
they,
count because you know uh, Joe Blow and Karen out there, who don't know either one of you, are going to be offended for your black friend who doesn't give a shit.
it doesn't, no, it's not
But they're
interested.
offended that he's not offended that you're possibly offending the offender to be offended by.
Bingo. It's like, believe it or not, I have a Japanese clothing called a yukata, right?
Hmm.
Now I can wear my yukata in my home. I'm safe, but I can't even walk out the door and go chuck something in the bin because I'm accused of cultural appropriation.
Yep.
Now, excuse me, have they never heard of cultural appreciation?
Oh no,
No. I mean,
because that's a positive. That's a positive thing. You can't have that.
exactly. I mean, I don't look Japanese. I have never claimed that I'm Japanese. My Japanese language skills are next to zero, but I enjoy looking at Japanese culture and I enjoy the look of the yukata and kimonos.
Hmm.
I appreciate that. Why can't I appreciate it by buying the same clothing and wearing it in public if I so desire? I mean, if the Japanese people themselves didn't want me to have it, they wouldn't flog me it, would they? They wouldn't
Yep.
sell me it. And this is where I get offended because I think, what planet are you living on? What reality are you in where you cannot appreciate the beauty of another person's culture, language, history, and enjoy it by learning about it, wearing it, and getting engrossed in it? But no, the minute you do that, you're appropriating it. Why? I mean, it's like me getting involved with, say, your culture. If I suddenly started learning to speak the Spanish that you speak and learn some of the habits and ways that I'd be accused of appropriating your
Yep.
culture. Don't understand. Don't get it. You want to enlighten me on that one?
I, I don't have an answer.
I should stop these rants, because I must be sending hundreds of thousands of people into a spiral of depression here.
Bring it on. Bring it on. Not a problem.
Oh, you know what it's like. These people just,
Oh, I
they get
know.
upset. They get upset. Anyway,
Um, so
have we anything else that we wish to
yes,
put
I'm going to
right
do
the
some
world?
basketball news because there was a big contract extension that was given by the Boston Celtics to their star player Jalen Brown.
Oh, your favorite
He's
team.
agreed to sign the richest deal in NBA history. He signed a 5-year supermax extension for $303.7 million.
Bloody.
So it'll be an escalating contract, but the average of the contract, let's see, 303.7. I want to make sure I get this right. 303.7 divided by 5.
You
He will
realise,
be earning just over $60 million a year for,
wow.
for bouncing a little ball around.
Yeah. Yeah, you realise Roger's probably sitting at home, listening to us going. He's probably got it already. You know what
um, I was, to say the least, shocked by that amount. Uh, he they traded him away. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Marcus Smart. They traded away, which uh, I believe they felt they needed to do something since the Celtics had made it to the Western Conference Finals or semifinals the last, I believe, 3 or 4 years in a row, and haven't been able to do anything. So this solidified their backing of him because I believe he's only 27. Let's see. He's 26 years old, uh, and
I mean?
will and he has got one more year left on his contract, his current contract, and then of course the next one will take over. So I believe he's going to be making like 35 or 40, and then it escalates and tops out in year 5 at, I believe it's 64 or $65 million.
Bloody hell.
So that's an incredible amount of money
Yeah.
for for such a young player.
Still, I suppose if you think about it, I mean, how long does the average career last without injuries? Would you say?
NBA on average, I believe, is one of the better sports to be in as far as longevity. And I believe an average, excuse me, an average NBA career, I believe, is 4.5 years only. But
Yeah.
that takes into consideration from the number one guy to the number 15 guy. So a lot of those guys only play a year or so, and then they're out of the league. So for every LeBron James who's played 20 years, you got a guy that played maybe 3 games, and
Yeah.
that was his whole career. So on average, but if you're a decent player um, with decent skills, I would say 7 to 10 years would be about average
Yeah. So
for
I
like the number
suppose.
one through maybe 8 guy, maybe 9
Yeah.
guy.
So the idea of the cash really is you're banking on the cash to keep you going once the career's finished.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, I've said this before, whether I like the player or not, or I like the team or not, because of course everybody knows I despise the Celtics. But
No, really? Would never have known that.
I despise the Celtics more than I do the Cowboys.
I would never guess that one either. So I don't
But
mention them anymore.
any player in any professional sport, baseball, basketball, hockey, football, soccer, all the sports that are out there, any person that has the talent enough to make it to the pros, I've always said, grab all the money you can
Yeah,
because you don't know how long your career is going to be. I mean, everyone is always one play from having a career-ending injury.
yeah, yeah. It only takes one
So
idiot to do the wrong thing at the wrong time,
yep,
especially on football pitch or soccer pitch or hockey. You only got to have one idiot hit
yep,
you the wrong way or bounce you the wrong way, and that's it. It's
yeah.
as they say, game over.
hmm So I don't
Be
begrudge any player for getting 303 million over 5 years. Great for him,
Yeah,
and his family, and hopefully he does good things with all that money. But
yeah. That is the problem. That is the
yeah,
problem. A lot of them just fritter it away. Big
there's so
house, big
many so
car.
many players, especially here in America, that have gotten over $100 million in their career or more than that, and you hear 3 to 5 years after they've retired that they're broke, that
Yeah.
all the money's gone.
No,
You
yeah.
know,
Like I
my,
said,
yeah, Mike Tyson, perfect example. I mean,
perfect example. Yeah. Big
yeah,
house,
he
big
made,
car,
yeah.
family. Boom.
I remember hearing a story that he was driving. I'm not sure if he was in New York or if he was in Vegas. He was driving somewhere, but he was driving, and evidently he had some fancy exotic car, and he was tired of driving because it was a stick shift, and he was tired of driving a stick shift, so he pulled into a dealership and said, "I'm tired of driving stick shift. Get me this version of this car, but an automatic." And the car was something like $400,000 for the automatic, and he's like, "Okay," and he left the old one there. He's like, "Someone will pick this one up," and he just got in the new one and took off, just like that, just because he was tired of driving stick.
Sticks. Yeah. You see, me, I'm the opposite way around. You put me in an automatic, I think,
I
what do I do? I gave up.
haven't driven a stick shift in about, geez, probably 15, 18 years since I've driven a stick. I know how. I'd probably be extremely rusty. It would take me a few minutes to get it used to it again.
Back into the swing of it.
Yeah.
But you see, me, I get in an automatic and I sit there and think, what the hell do I do with my feet? Controls missing. Excuse me, sir. This car's got deficiencies. I've got two pedals, not three. But no, I
Yeah.
mean, I enjoy. I mean, these new electric cars, they're all automatic. So
Oh yeah.
you'll be
Yeah.
happy with
Even
that.
even the top sports cars are
Mm.
automatic now, and they don't even a lot of times they don't even have the gear shifts. Of course, you have the pedal shifters now on your
Oh
steering
yeah,
wheel.
oh yeah, the old flappy paddles. They're
Yeah.
fun. Oh, they're fun to play with, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah.
Takes all the fun out of driving a stick shift. I mean,
There was
so you
fun.
get to decide how fast you want to go when you want
Yeah,
to get that little extra oomph, and you downgrade it, and then you get you
yeah.
take off and you switch back, and
It's
you
it's
know
it's good when you're sitting at traffic lights, you see, and you've got the old
yes,
stick shift because you got Egypt next door with his automatic giving it rice with the old throttle, and you think, yeah, keep going, son, keep going, and he's got an automatic because he's got both hands on the steering wheel, and you just drop your car in the first. You think, ready, boom, and you're gone, and you're in third, and he's still sitting there pushing it, trying to get the living pedal to drop. You think, screw you. It's fun.
uh, yeah. Uh,
I
like
mean,
I said
yes,
though,
it's a pain going through cities. I'll give you that, but I'd sooner go through that than having to sit with an automatic and just not know what the hell to do with my hands.
Yeah. When I was driving a stick shift more regularly, and I went, like you said, to an automatic, I was the same way. I was like, what do I do with my left foot?
Yeah,
I'm used to the clutch being there. There's nothing there.
yeah. And the amount of people that go in an automatic and try and use both feet. You ever seen that? Man, do
Yeah.
they cause them problems, because they're trying to put the clutch down, but they're pressing the brake pedal because the car's giving it kangaroo, and you think, "Yep, here we go again." Yeah. And some idiot behind them says, "Oh, brake check." No.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've had a couple of friends that I was in the passenger seat watching, and I was watching them drive, and they had their left foot on the brake and their right foot on the gas, and would do it that way. And I was just like, "What are you doing?"
yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Yeah, oh, these people that don't know.
I mean, these cars these days. I mean, you open the door and it tells you you've left the engine running, put it into neutral
Yeah.
or park, and you think, "Excuse me." So you switch the damn car off, and then it pings to you for 20 minutes to tell you left the keys behind.
Showing who this of course dates how old I am. When I first started learning to drive, my father taught me in an old God, I don't even remember what year it was. Maybe it was 64, a 64 Rambler.
Oh, I
And the
know what
stick
that
shift
is.
was on the gear shift.
Oh yeah, the old column change.
Yeah, the column
Yeah,
change, yes. That was tough to learn. I
yeah,
had a little bit of because I was all of I don't know, 13, 14, and he's trying to teach me. So I'm trying to
yeah, because
remember, and reverse is way at the bottom and
yeah, you had
oh,
the was it
uh-huh.
one, two, down, back three, forward for forward, and down and back for reverse or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Oh, when I was able to get a regular stick shift on the floor, I love
Yeah.
that. The
Oh yeah, for
Rambler, I had problem with the Rambler.
yeah, yeah. The one thing I had problems with when I first started driving was I don't even remember what we call over here a shooting brake, not the brake handbrake on the floor. It's the one where you under the dashboard.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
I remember
hate
that.
I hate it. Every time I went like the damn thing bit my hand, I used to sit there and kick the damn thing up. Get, get out of it, you son of a bitch. But yeah, no, I mean, my first car that I learned to drive in was a 1957 Ford Anglia.
Ah,
600cc, side
wow.
incline valve, three forward gears, one reverse.
There you go.
Yeah. Air powered windscreen wipers, which when you went up the hill used to stop. I mean, you crested the hill and went down the other side, they went ballistic and got knotted. Indicators, they were fantastic. They were what we call signal indicators, which meant you pushed the button and a little thing came out the side,
Oh yeah.
right? And of course,
Yeah.
if it didn't come out, you'd sit there and go smack the side of the smack the seat pillar
And
and
then it would pop out.
pop out. And it would pop, which was fantastic because I was bought in the what was it? Be about I just passed my test in '77. I got bought a four-way flasher unit for the
Okay.
car, and I looked at it and I went, "Thank you, I'm very grateful. But have you seen my car?" Yeah. And you want me to install a four-way flasher unit in my car? Yeah, why not? I say it's going to look like a fucking bumblebee trying to take off with these fucking things coming out the side. Oh yeah, you ain't got lights, have you? No, got little signals on the side. So I ended up flogging and get some money for that. That was my first car, 1957 Ford Anglia. I mean, to open
Well,
the
I thought
windows.
I was in heaven because, like I said, my father had the Rambler,
Yeah.
and but he also had the car that my mom would drive. Uh,
What was that?
because I was born later in their lives. My mom was
Hmm.
40 when I was born, so you
Oh,
know,
okay.
and my brothers and sisters are much older than me. The age wise, my sister closest to me age wise is 18 years older than I.
So you're the baby of the family.
Yeah, I'm literally the baby of the family. So, like I said, I started learning the Rambler, but my mom, because my father had, and I was like, I thought it was super fancy. My dad had a '56 Cadillac, sedan
Cool.
DeVille. Thing was
Mm.
a freaking tank,
Yeah, we call them
and
an aircraft carrier.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
aircraft carrier.
I remember to this day because to put the gas, you on the left side of the driver's side in the back, where the brake lights were, you punch the button under the brake light, and that part would pop up, and
Yeah,
that's where the gas was
yeah,
to
hidden
fill
gas.
it.
Yeah, hidden gas top. Yeah, remember them.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember
but
them.
man, that was such a nice car, such a nice ride. But
Yeah, I think the biggest American car that I ever actually got to drive was a Lincoln Continental.
oh, those are big. I've driven that once or twice. Those are huge cars.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll be honest. I sat behind the steering wheel and I looked out over that what you call the hood. We call it the bonnet. You call it the hood. I looked out over that and I thought, Christ Almighty, USS Black Enterprise in front of
So
me.
long, so
Yeah,
long.
and then I looked in the rear view mirror and I thought, okay, I'm going to be, I'm going to be in Andover and the tail end's still going to be in bloody Tidworth because this thing's massive.
Yeah.
It's huge. Have a party in there. You still wouldn't touch the sides, but
The hardest part about those type of cars was turning, because
oh,
you're so
Christ,
used to
yeah.
turning in a smaller car, so you can the tight turns. But in a
Yeah,
bigger one like that, you have to compensate for that length.
yeah, yeah. You have to work around where the tail end is. You think, yeah, I made it. Bump. Nope. Find the curb. Find the curb. Back wheel's just been scuffed. Banged up
Oh,
the hubcap.
anime girl, we're old.
Yeah, but the difference is now I don't care. I
That
don't
is so
care.
very
I mean,
true.
when people look at me and go, I tell them my age. They go, well, you don't look it, or you don't act your age. My response to them is, well, how am I supposed to look? How am I supposed to act? I mean, my brain still tells me I'm 21.
Yep,
I ain't.
same here.
My brain tells me I'm 21. So I put a record on for the uninitiated. That's a small black vinyl disc about 7 inches round. I put it on a record player. That's a device that you place it on. It's got a needle called a stylus. I put a record on and I think, oh, I used to dance to this in the disco. And I try, and about halfway through, I'm out of breath thinking, keep going, you son of a bitch, keep going. Yeah. Whereas before, the disco, 3 or 4 records, not a problem.
Of course not.
Now, halfway through a 3-minute single, it's fresh air. Keep going, keep going.
Oh, so true. So
Yeah,
true.
but I still do it. I still put CDs on or cassettes on, and I still hear a song, and I think, oh, great, and I start jigging along. Like I said, minute and a half, it's give that forgiveness. We sit down for a minute, get some fresh air in the lungs, start again. That's how it is. But
I, I
how
don't
are
know
you
if
supposed to act when you're old?
when I get there, I'll let you know, because I'm the same way. I'm 57. My mindset is that of a 21-year-old, let's say.
Yeah.
And of course, I have the body that's breaking down of an 80-year-old. So I figure I balance out.
Uh, well, I'm 66. I was 66 on the 14th of the month, and I still don't get it. I still don't understand what I'm supposed to do, what I'm supposed to look like, how I'm supposed to act, how I'm supposed to talk. You know, what programs I'm supposed to watch on television or films. I don't get it. I still feel the same as I did when I was 21. Okay, I
Yep.
can't do as much, but I still feel the same. I
I'm
suppose what,
now at the mindset of you guys expect me to act a certain way. Why? As long as I'm
hmm,
happy and I'm not uh injuring anybody, I'm not bothering anybody, I'm not hurting anybody.
yeah,
What
what the
does it
hell?
care how I act?
Yeah, what the
You
hell?
know,
Exactly. The
if
only
I want
good
to act
news I got,
silly and do this and do that,
yeah,
let me be. I don't care. I don't
yeah,
know you. I'll never see you again anyways.
exactly.
That's
I
my
mean,
attitude.
the only good news I got was I went for a medical for my license again, and I got told that I'm no longer obese. I've managed to drop a stone and a half in weight, and I'm now considered healthy. So I was quite proud of that.
Well, just by looking at you, I would never even think that you were anywhere close to being obese.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm now what was it? Just under 12 stone, whereas a year ago I was closer to 15.
Okay.
So I suppose with me, it's the height helped hide
Yeah.
chubbiness because you know,
Yeah. I've been told that before when I tell people my weight, and they're like, you don't look you're that heavy." I said, "Well, it's because I'm 6'2". You
yeah,
know, I'm 6'2" and I wear dark clothes.
yeah,
Dark clothes help a lot.
yeah, hide in the corner. Yeah.
There you
I
go.
mean, I still remember we had this conversation about was it 3 weeks back? We were mentioning weight and stuff, and
Uh-huh.
Almighty said stone, and he didn't get because I cracked a joke about somebody losing stones in
Oh,
a
okay.
swimming pool, and he couldn't understand what a stone was, so I had to explain it was something like £14 per stone, and the conversation drifted, and then you come out with the classic, which cracked me and Roger up. You said, "Well, they don't weigh me in stones; they weigh me in fucking mountains." That was it. Roger was gone, and I was sat here biting my bottom lip, saying, "You can't. You go at that one. You are so disrespectful." But I couldn't help it. In the end, I just had to switch the camera off and have a good giggle because it just. It was the perfect comment from you because it's the kind of guy you are.
Yep,
From what I've known of you, which is strictly as we're doing now, that's the kind of guy you are. And I think, great.
pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always been a big guy. I mean, when I was younger and when I was in my 30s, I was athletic. I would work my 8, 9 hour day, and then with the guys, we'd go play basketball after working that. We'd find a high school that still had the light on, and we'd shoot some hoops.
Yeah.
So not my ideal weight because everybody's still a little pudgy, but I was 6'2", 235.
It's not bad. Ain't bad.
So and I was able to run up and down the court and play for a couple hours, and go
Well,
home and shower and sleep and then go back and work again. So we used to play
well,
ball probably about 3 times a week. But
when I
over the
joined,
years it just changes.
yeah, yeah, you sort of get comfortable, don't you? It sort of expands
Hmm.
slowly. Yeah. But when I joined the army, believe it or not, at the age of 18, I was 5 stone in weight.
Wow.
I was like that. And the army said, "You're underweight. We need to fatten you up." Okay. So they put me on a get fat diet for a week. And then they weighed me again. And they went, "We give up." And I went, "Pardon?" "We give up." I went, "What do you mean you give up? You now only weigh 4 stone. Go
I was
away."
about to say you lost weight.
Yeah, I dropped a stone in a week. And they just looked at me and would give up. And they sent me to a doctor and they said, "Look, what is wrong with this individual? Why are they like this?" And the doctor looked at me, sat me down, and we had a conversation. And he came back to my commanding officer and he went, "The reason the individual is in the condition that they are in is they live off nervous energy.
Yep.
Any food that they eat doesn't get a chance to dissipate, it's used up in nervous energy." And, you know, when he told me that, I sat there, well, what do I do? He says, nothing you can do.
Yeah.
He says, one day you won't do it. He says, you know you won't be doing it. He said, because you'll gain weight. And I must have been literally like a reject from Bergen Belsen. I must have been like that until I was about 28, 29, maybe even 30. And then all of a sudden, it was a case of look in the mirror and think, oh, this don't fit no more. New one. And I went up in weight, felt miserable as sin, and now I'm coming down in weight. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing at my age, but never mind.
As long as you're happy.
I try to be. I try to
Yeah.
be. I mean, at the moment I've got problems with mother and I've got to suss her all
Oh
out.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, we all have our, you know, family or just other problems, but as long as you try and mentally deal with it where you're somewhat happy,
Yeah,
like you with anime and me with the comics,
yeah.
something to get away from, you know, like a lot of
Well,
people always ask me, why do you like wrestling so much? And I said, because I can sit in front of the TV and veg out and watch something that I know is fake or predetermined
yeah.
and not have to worry about what's going on in the world or the problem, of whatever, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, my medical, my heart, whatever. I don't have to worry about that watching this for a couple of hours.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. That's exactly the same as I get when I'm watching my anime.
yeah,
I sit there and I think it's not real.
yep,
It's fantasy. I know it's fantasy, but I get involved and
hmm
I find the humor and I think yeah, great. And you literally, as you say, you unhitch from reality and just chill,
you
and
have to.
that allows your body and your mind then to just relax and not stress out. I
Yep,
mean, when I'm at work, I get so stressed out because there are things happening that I'm not happy with.
yeah,
I can't change them, so I have to put up with them. Then I come home and I then have to sit and try and help mum, and that
yeah,
added stress and and you think I just got to get away. I just got to get
hmm
away from this problem. So to do that, you do your wrestling and your comics. I got my anime.
yeah.
So hopefully the pair of us will survive a little bit longer, as they say.
There you go.
But mm, I'm going to have to purchase some more anime figures because I'm rapidly. I've already got about 30 of them, so I'll get some more.
There you go.
My three classic ones are outside. You've never seen them. They're all they're in what I would call traditional Japanese clothing. They're all in
Oh,
kimonos,
okay.
and so I keep them separate because
Of
they're
course.
what I call the decent ones. They really are nice. They're all because of the age of the character, shall we
hmm
say. They're what they call meko, which are trainee geishas.
Oh, speaking of, since you're into anime, do you know Junji Ito?
The name's familiar, but I can't.
I guess he
Quite.
does like Japanese horror.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So he was at Comic Con. Um,
Cool.
one of his few visits to America, and
A lot of them
everybody was
don't.
going bonkers over trying to get because his was a ticketed event only for his
Yeah,
autograph and such.
yeah. A lot of
And
the manga and animators tend to step back because there's been a lot of shall we say problems just
okay,
lately of unpleasant personal preferences. Let's put it that way. Um, Emerging.
okay,
So the anime and manga community are kind of keeping their best people away from those sort of events because they don't want something else to come out. I mean, I watched a
Yeah,
guy.
I guess he's been around for a while, and
Yeah,
uh, people were surprised because he was very pleasant from what I heard, and from
yeah,
other people that had posted pictures on one of the Facebook posts, I mean groups I belong to about San Diego Comic Con,
yeah,
that he was very interactive, very trying to joke around with the fans, and he was caught at different booths. I guess it had picture opportunities.
yeah.
He was in the like there was a life size Tamagotchi, and you could just the outline of it. And you stand behind it. You take a
Yeah.
picture. I did that with my daughter, but evidently Junji Ito was there, and he was making all these funny faces and everybody stuff. And I guess the common
Excuse me.
thinking was uh, he's such a nice, personable person. But
Mm.
when you read his anime, I guess it's demented.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think that's what you call his release.
yeah,
I mean, it's like Miyazaki. I mean, you think of Miyazaki, who does all the Studio Ghibli films. I mean, well, you look at Miyazaki and you think amiable old man, happy.
mhm,
But when you meet him in reality, apparently he could be quite sharp if he wanted to be.
yeah,
I mean, and he's also his own worst critic. There are several of his films that he says that he wish he hadn't made, but
okay.
they're fan favourites. You checking on the wrestling or our two missing colleagues?
No, I was checking to see the status of my earphones, and I'm very happy with it because by this time my Apple earbuds would probably be down to about 20%.
Yeah.
And these new ones that I got, they're still holding at 80%, and I have both of them in. Whereas the
Cool.
other one I had, that's why I was only have one because when that one would die, then I had to switch out to the other. But I'm testing it because when I got them, one of the main things was uh, they run for 12 hours on a single charge, or if you have the noise canceling turned on, then they'll run for 8.5 hours. So we've been
Oh, well,
going
you
for
took
almost
control.
an hour. We've been going for over an hour and a half, and they're
Yeah,
still at 80%. So
that's cool.
and it sounds great. So I'm very happy with these.
Well, I've got to be honest and say, in the hour and a half that we've been on, there's only been one glitch, and that's when you froze out. And I thought, oh, it's lost
Oh,
connection.
I froze out. Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yep, yeah, you were looking off to your, I think your right, and you just suddenly froze. You carried on talking, but and I thought, oh, here we go. Either he's lost the connection or I've lost the connection, and it's all going to go poof. But fortunately, you started up again, so I thought, okay.
Good.
I've noticed you've made sure that the kitchen is not in view today.
Yes, I've angled myself a little bit different. That could go like that. See, now it's a
You need,
lot. That's turning it a lot. I
yeah.
made sure I angled more to the wall, and then I just turned my chair this way.
See, I'm lucky. I've got three, basically three
Yeah.
walls here. I mean, that here is not a real wall. That's just a room divider, and I can go round round the side of it and sit and watch the television. But because it's nice and enclosed, and I've got the light coming from above, it's great. I mean, this wall here, believe it or not, the other side of that is the actual hallway.
Oh, okay.
It's a public space. The other side. So if there's
Oh,
anybody in the hallway, they can hear me talking. Oh, who cares? But it would appear, looking at the time, I don't think Almighty's going to make it, and I don't think Speedy's going to make it.
yeah, that's okay. We're fine. Um, if you want to get to back to a little bit of more basketball,
Yep,
it was
carry
announced
on.
during the week that the Atlanta Hawks Orlando Magic game on November 9th will be played in Mexico City,
Oh wow.
which is a very big news because there has been a lot of talk over the last probably 6 months or so that there's going to be two expansion teams coming soon to the NBA, maybe as soon as 2 years from now.
Oh
There
yeah.
is a lot of speculation as to where those two teams will be put into. The leading candidates right now are Las Vegas and back to Seattle again. Now, Seattle, of course, did have a team, the Supersonics, but because of poor attendance and not upgrading the arena, uh, they moved from Seattle to Oklahoma City. They are now the Thunder. So the Oklahoma City Thunder used to be the Seattle Supersonics.
Yeah.
Um, but there's been over probably about the last 7, 8 years uh, talk about putting a team back in Seattle, and Seattle will sustain it this time. And of course, with Vegas, the way Vegas has been blowing up and getting, they have the women's basketball, they have a hockey team that just won the Stanley Cup.
Isn't it the Triple A's or something supposed to be going there?
The A's are supposed to be going there, although that hasn't been confirmed yet.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it seems to be heading that way. So a pro basketball team definitely would work in Vegas. There's been talk of Mexico City, but the logistics and the flights that would have to go in and out might be a little bit too tough
Yeah.
on these fragile NBA players. You have to coddle them so much.
Well,
Because,
don't you have the same problem when it comes to hockey players? I mean, you got Canadian teams that play in the American leagues, and they got the same aggravation.
yeah, I think there's Edmonton, Toronto, Ottawa. I'm not actually sure how close to the border they are, so
Yeah.
it may not, the logistics may not be bad. Let's say from California to Mexico City, I believe is a 7-hour flight.
Is it that far?
Yeah, because Mexico City is way down in Mexico. It's way down there.
I didn't think it was
So
that far. I thought it was about 5 hours max.
um, I could check, but it's somewhere in that five to
Yeah.
7 hours. But that's from California. So let's say someone taking off from New York
Oh Christ,
or
yeah.
Boston, Chicago.
You're
You
looking
know,
at a whole day.
yeah, exactly. So
They'd have to do the same as what the NFL teams do when they come to London
mhm,
or Britain. They'd have to come sort of like a week before,
yeah,
acclimatise, and then play the game and then go back. And in NBA, you wouldn't be able to do that, would you? Because they play more than one game a week, don't they?
yes, they usually play anywhere from 3 to 4 times a week.
There you go. Wouldn't work then, would it? Not
Yeah,
really.
no. If anything, you'd have to maybe set up two teams down there, and then you would have to,
Ro-
rotate them.
rotate, yeah.
But so I don't think Mexico City would work. There's been talk about actually putting a team in England, but I don't think that would
No,
work either. Same for
nah.
the same reason.
Same reason for the NFL wouldn't work for the NFL.
Yeah,
I mean, I know a lot of British fans would like it. A lot of British fans would probably love it. But the logistics and the reality of the matter is, it really wouldn't work.
yeah. From what I'm hearing, if they were to do it in Europe or England, it would have to be two teams to be put there and rotate. So they were saying something like England and maybe Germany or England and Italy. Although I don't think Italy would sustain football. They're more the soccer,
Yeah,
or or of course the European football. As
yeah.
it's more known.
Mind you,
Um,
Germany is quite soccer orientated as well.
yeah.
So
So I'm not sure, and I don't know if two teams can be put into England.
thing is,
That's
where would you put them? I mean, if you put them in London, you'd be accused of being London centric. If you stick them in the Midlands, then the southern half of the country is going to complain, and then the Scottish are going to
yeah.
complain, or probably the Welsh. You're going to get, no matter where you put them, you're going to get somebody who's going to turn and say, "See, we never get anything." And yeah,
But expansion is on the horizon for the NFL. If they do expand, it's going they're saying it's going to be in Europe. Um, I think it's going to be a problem, like you said, where you can put them. The
Yeah,
NBA will definitely be expanding at least by two teams. I'd say inside of 5 years. Um, and as I said, where they're going to go, I mean, other than like I said, Seattle and Vegas, I'm not sure what other cities or states can handle a team. I mean, because there's a lot involved. I mean, are you going to
yeah,
build a new stadium? Or are you going to use an existing stadium? There's so
yeah. Plus,
much.
as we said before, with the Olympics, you got the infrastructure around the stadium.
Yeah,
You got your
exactly.
transit systems, your road systems. I mean, those have all got
That
to be upgraded as well, or it
that's what a
just
lot of
doesn't
the
work.
that's what a lot of the fans don't realize of what's involved bringing in, a new team to a
Well,
city.
it's not just pick them up, plant them, and say, "There you go," and everything's.
Yeah,
You got to build the stadium. You got to work out your infrastructure around that stadium. Then
yeah,
you've got to bring in your transit systems, whether you're going to do overground or underground, and your roads, where you're going to park the cars for when the fans
yeah,
turn up. If you haven't got a rail system to bring them in,
yeah. That's why everybody's saying Las Vegas is the number one spot because all that stuff is already there. You know,
yeah,
the infrastructure's already built because the stadium's already built. So technically, they could transplant very easily.
yeah.
But
But didn't
uh,
Roger say
you
that
know,
Vegas comes under some other baseball team or something? Or
well, in
NBA team?
baseball, Roger was saying, and I don't understand because it's 300 and some odd miles away, but evidently the Dodgers have eminent domain over Las Vegas.
Right. Oh,
So I
well,
mean, to me, that's a little outrageous being that far away. I mean, you're literally the next state over. I
yeah.
believe from Riverside to Vegas, I believe is 320 something odd miles. So
Mind
to
you
me,
saying
that's a little
that?
bit much to ask for eminent domain to extend that far.
Yeah.
They say, oh no, you can't go there because those are our fans. No, they're not.
No. I
They
mean,
don't drive out. They don't drive out every day to come to Dodger Stadium.
no. I mean, that's like what? Let's say, for instance, Manchester City or Manchester
Yeah.
United. You
Uh-huh.
think of it now. Manchester is in the north of the country, but you got Manchester United fans all around the world.
Yeah.
Were you telling me that Manchester United or Manchester City has domain over those areas? Of course not. You're going to have Chelsea fans in there. You're going to have Inter Milan fans in there,
Yeah.
or Borussia Dortmund. They're all teams that have got a very large fan base. You can't say that one city belongs to us. It ain't going to work.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
look at me, for Christ's sake. I'm in the middle of rural Wiltshire and I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan. Really? Talk about low voice in the wind. There you go. So,
But so we'll see what comes up as far as the NBA is concerned. Like I said, within 5 years, I think they're going to expand. Uh, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing for me. It's a good thing because you get more fan bases and you get to build up the NBA even more. The downside for me is you're diluting uh, the product because now you're adding 30 more guys that would never have made it to the NBA. They're now going to be in the NBA. So talent wise, you dip a little bit, but you know, I
but
think the pros outweigh the cons
well, yeah, I was
for
gonna
the
say,
for the most part.
doesn't that mean more games that you could possibly go to?
Oh yeah, that is very true. But I mean, I'm in that weird conundrum because I don't want to pay an excessive amount of money for tickets, so that's why you go see the bad teams. But at the same time, I want to see a quality game.
Yeah, yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I suppose it's a bit like Roger. I mean, you know, all the money he could spend going to watch his favourite baseball team, but he doesn't. He,
And that's the thing. I mean, living in SoCal's nice and such, but it's so damn expensive. Dodger games are outrageous. Um, Football games are outrageous. With SoFi Stadium, the new stadium that was built that holds the Rams and the Chargers. I think someone did a like one of those cost analysis things um, to go to a regular Rams football game for a family of four. They said it's on average about $1,000
Ow.
just to go, two adults, two children,
But don't you have a
with
waiting
parking,
list and all?
tickets, food,
Yeah.
maybe some little merch.
Yeah.
It
But
would be
don't.
about $1,000.
Yeah, but I mean, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but most NFL games, I'm told, even in the states, you've got a 2, 3 year wait to get through the doors on some of them.
Some of the places, yes. I mean, I mean, you could. There's access, of course, to every game because the secondary market. But the Packers, perfect example. For season tickets, there's something like a 30-year waiting list to get season tickets. And actually, what people do is, let's say I had season tickets and I die, in my will, I pass my season ticket place to my grandson so it stays in the family. So people
Yeah.
actually in their wills pass on their season tickets to the
Sure.
next person. Otherwise, they lose their place in line. So yeah, it can get crazy. The Packers are a different breed because anybody that'll sit in an open air stadium in the middle of December in
Yeah.
near 0 degree Fahrenheit weather and cheer without a shirt on, they're a different breed of people.
Well, yeah. Hang on. Don't Chicago? Isn't there open air as well? Chicago?
Chicago is also, those are the two oldest stadiums, yes.
Yeah.
And those are also crazy people out there too.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I watched them. I'm thinking nuts. Completely and
Uh-huh.
utterly nuts. I
You
mean, at
gotta
least,
you gotta be crazy and extremely drunk to
yeah.
go out there cheering, in a snowstorm with no shirt on. You and your three other friends, and each one has a letter that spells out Bears. You
You got to make spelling right.
know.
I
But
mean,
that's also starting. Uh, Training camps are starting to start for the NFL, and I believe the first game is September 9th, September 7th, I believe. So NFL is right around the corner. So of course that's going to mean time to get our
act together.
guessing hats on again.
Oh
And
yeah, get my butt kicked again for picking the wrong team.
we all finish 50% or better, every single one of us,
Yeah,
including you.
that makes it.
So, well, Roz did it by the skin of her teeth on the very last game of the year, very last week of the year. She went from like 49.8 to like 50.2.
Yeah, but you see, like I say, my problem is I always miss out on the Thursday night game, so that's where I lose out. And I know I
Well,
lose
we're
out.
going to try and figure out how to fix that. Um, and for me this year, much as I hate to say it, I'm going to have to play with my brain and not my heart because
Yeah, you're
I
gonna have to stop
probably would have
doing that.
won the whole thing because I was only, I think, 3 games behind, 3 losses behind. And I know I picked or didn't pick the Cowboys to win when I knew they were going to win
Yeah,
because of my hatred for the Cowboys. So I cost myself at least 5, maybe 6 games or 6 wins.
at
So
least.
I think I would have won the whole thing. So I think this year I'm going to have to play with my head.
Yeah, play your head and play tactically. I mean, give
Yes.
Roger a run for his money because he thinks he's so cool.
Well,
Him and Sonia,
Gridiron Girl.
Gridiron,
Yeah,
yeah.
Sonia and him,
Those
they go back and
two,
forth. Usually we've been 1, 2, 3 the last couple of years, and
yeah.
I've been 3. But I do it like I said, I do it to myself. So this year, I guess I want to.
Does that mean you're not going to be picking the baby shits as much then?
I did pretty good with my baby shits
Yeah, well,
because I will pick them to lose. I mean, I'll be like, as much as I like my baby shits, they're not going to win this one. So them I can be. I love the fact though how everyone has taken to the name.
you come off it every damn week. As soon as it come up, it was the baby shits. It was never just the British baby shits.
Well,
Yeah,
and the reason why I came up with that was, it was years ago, and I was just looking at I think I was looking at their uniform, and it was when they were in their all orange and the helmet and the whole thing, and I was just like, man, their uniforms look like what used to come out of my daughter's diapers, and that's when I started calling them the baby shit Browns,
yeah,
and it
yeah.
stuck, so I kept with it.
Well, it's made it across the Atlantic, so you should be happy.
It's a term of endearment.
It's a look of confusion I get when I use it. You know, I find another NFL fan and I turn around and say, "Oh, who do you support?" And they go, "The Browns." And I go, "Oh, the baby shits." They go, "Pardon? Baby shits? No, Browns. Yeah, baby shits. Not heard that one before. Really? You want to talk to Big Dog? You'll hear it all the damn time."
Yeah, I've coined a few different phrases.
Uh, yeah, some of them not so polite, but we'll let you off on that one.
It is what it is.
I hate to think what you call the Cowboys under your breath, but never mind.
What do I call it? I just the usual go-tos, the cowgirls or the cow turds.
Yeah.
Those are it. That's pretty much it. It's funny because I mean it's funny that you're a Cowboys fan, and who else is a Cowboys fan in our group? Or someone else?
Is there? I thought I
I
was
thought
the
there was
only
someone
one.
else.
Nah, I think I'm the only one.
Well, the funny thing is, my best friend who also enjoys wrestling and stuff, he's a diehard Cowboys fan, and I give him so much grief.
Yeah, I bet you do. I
And
bet
the
you.
thing is, I can't talk much because the Raiders are in a worse boat because the Cowboys have won more after what the Raiders have done. The Raiders are in a worse boat, like playoff wise, winning record wise, the whole thing. But yet, I still give him grief about the Cowboys.
Yeah, but the thing with the Raiders, right? Let's be honest. The thing with the Raiders is everybody knows about the Raiders being what they are,
Yeah,
and they turn around and they think when you mention Raiders, they go, "Yeah, okay," and they
pretty
they
much.
expect they expect to lose. So when the Raiders do win, it's
Yeah,
a world event because guess what? The Raiders have done
yeah.
something they don't normally do. They've won. I mean, basically the Raiders are my second team anyway. Cowboys are my first, but fullback position, go for the Raiders.
There was a joke that was going around for a while, probably about 10 years ago when the Raiders were really bad. I mean, really bad. So here's the joke: how do Raider fans teach their kids how to count?
Uh, Go on then.
0-1, 0-2, 0-3, 0-4.
Oh yeah, I get that one. Yeah, yeah,
And when I heard it, I was mad, not mad, but I was like, yeah, and I was like, damn it, it's true. We're that bad.
yeah, yeah. The time to worry is when you see the thing that goes 0-7, and you think that's it,
Yeah,
we're down, we're sunk.
yeah. I think that was the year the Raiders went something like, oh God, what was it, like 3-13? I think they were that year.
Yeah.
They were they were just horrible, and
I
they
mean,
blew their pick too. Ugh.
Dallas has some lousy bloody years.
Yeah, but
I mean, I
but
said,
you
I'm
guys
not
always
proud.
seem to turn it around. You always end up with an 8-8 season or
Yeah.
a 9-7 season. So the expectations there, but for whatever reason, playoffs happen and you
Oh, they
know,
seem to lose it. They seem to nosedive.
you know,
I mean,
you know,
like you
a lot of
say,
people say maybe it's time to trade Dak. get a different quarterback in, because it seems like everything else has been changing, but the result's still the same. I mean, Dak is an elite quarterback, yes, probably top 10 in the NFL. But when it comes to the playoffs, for whatever reason, they just they can't get over that hump.
I don't think it's just the quarterback. I think it's the whole team. It seems to be something in the psyche. I mean,
Yeah,
you watch the Cowboys during the season, and don't get stuck in. If they're in the wrong positions, they will try and pull, the odd Hail Mary out and go for it. But
yeah,
as you say, when it starts with the playoffs, you know, they get to a position and they think, and they seem to roll over and go belly up. And it's not just the quarterback that's doing it; it's the whole damn team. I mean, the
yeah,
receivers don't seem to be capable of catching the damn ball, you know. And no matter where the quarterback is dropping the ball, either the receiver is not there or the ball bounces and the opposing side get it and they're off and
yeah,
running. You think, come on, guys, you know, you did this during the season and you made the connection. You know, the quarterback can drop the ball on the 25-yard line. You were there. He's
yeah.
in the same place now. He's still putting it on the 25-yard line. Where the hell are you? He's down on the bloody 35-yard line thinking, oh, yeah, there goes the ball.
I've seen that. Now that you say it the way you do, you're like, oh, there goes the ball. I should be over there.
Yeah, I should be over that side, not over here. Whoa.
Hey,
Hey.
Almighty, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. How are you two doing?
Well, we're
We're
doing not
just
too
shooting the
bad.
shit.
Yeah, we're shooting the breeze here and putting the world to rights and wondering where you and the mouse were. We thought you weren't going to join us.
Well, I made it.
Yeah, you certainly did. Looks like you got some sunshine outside too.
Do I? Oh yeah, we do.
Oh yeah, we do.
Well, it was storming last night, so it's
Oh, okay.
it's been overcast. But anyway, yeah, we got some sunshine. And how about you? You guys have sunshine?
Well, the big dog does.
Oh,
He's
It's
melting,
hot as hell over here. We've been
and I
going through a nice heat wave over here, as you all well know.
and I got
but
sunshine
that's
and
every
showers.
year.
Yeah, I got sunshine and showers.
Okay, well, that's
Humid.
par for the course, right?
Well, yeah, it's typical British weather. You walk out, you think, brilliant sunshine, yo, and you get a mile from home and you come back looking like a drowned cat because it's rained again. We have ancient British rain dances. They're called Wimbledon, Test cricket. You know, that's the two big ones. You want rain, schedule a tennis match or schedule a cricket match. You'll get rain just like that.
Yeah.
So,
Sounds
what
like
news
a
do you
plan.
have for us, Almighty?
What's
Any
that?
news? You got any news for us? Any, enlightenment?
You look tired, sir.
I never enlighten anyone, so uh, I don't know. I don't really have any.
You brighten my day all the time.
Oh well, thank you, big dog.
I know what's missing. What's missing, big dog? Have a look at Almighty. Tell me what's missing.
His smile,
That's always missing.
his baby shit Brown's hat.
Oh, my
You
hat.
ain't, you ain't got a hat on. That's what's wrong. I'm not used to seeing the hair. It's just, it throws me.
Well,
You look like
I
Santa
I
Claus
will
on a
be
holiday.
back in about 20 seconds.
Okay.
he's got to do whatever.
Yeah.
So-
You look like Santa Claus on a holiday there, Almighty.
Well, maybe I am. You never know.
Maybe you are.
Maybe I am on holiday, a long holiday until for the next 5 months, and then
Oh.
maybe I have to get on my sled and tell Rudolph, "Let's get the fuck out of here." So
Yeah, let's get the hell out of Dodge because it's getting heavy again.
yeah,
Yeah, I get that one.
But when you have to go around the world in one night, it's really exhausting.
I guarantee it is.
I mean, no
guarantee
matter
it.
how much vitamin B you take, it's you gotta go down all those chimneys or whatever the fuck you gotta do, and or breaking and entering for those who don't have a chimney.
You mean illegal activities?
I have to pick all those locks and get in these
You
houses.
mean you're engaging in illegal activities there, sir?
Yep, just so I can bring the boys and girls the presents that they need every year off this damn list I have to keep. I don't know why I make it. I still give out
Yeah.
all the presents anyway. It's just a waste of time, but
Well, I've been trying to get hold of your complaints department for the past 66 years, and I still ain't succeeded. So you're doing something right.
well, yeah, I guess. I get a lot
Just
of
make sure you
complaints.
don't take any Just make sure you don't take any Viagra, because then you won't be able to get down the chimney.
No, I won't. I probably won't be able to do a lot of things, but then it might scare the reindeer. So I don't want to scare the reindeer off walking around like that. So I mean, Mrs.
Well,
Claus might be happy when I get home, but that's about it.
well, you'll always be pointing north.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, yeah. That's the plan. That's the plan. Yeah, that's always good news.
Anime girls like, oh god.
Well, eventually it would have to happen wherever we end up. So
I must be honest, we managed to keep it reasonably clean and tidy. And you show up and boom,
well, it's the way it's just it wasn't that.
That's what I like about you, Almighty. You bring such color to the world.
Almighty brings the raunchiness out of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, you don't need no encouragement there on that one, big dog. You got all the raunchiness you want there, boy. You don't need no encouragement.
Yeah.
Even Scorekeeper will tell you that. You don't need no encouragement.
Yeah. So what? Yeah. Last week Speedy did a show, so I joined him late too. So
Yeah, I joined in a little bit because I was at Comic-Con when I was commenting for that little bit before we made it onto the floor.
yeah. I thought you might show us some video before you left, but you took off. So
Yeah, I was only up there. I was with my daughter, and she was told her she didn't need to, but of course you can't tell a 19-year-old not to put any makeup on. So she was putting on her face, as she says.
oh, okay.
So,
All right. Wanted to impress all those comic book geeks, huh?
I tried to join in, but I couldn't get the connection for some reason. Every time I tried to connect with you, it just seemed to drop out, so I gave up.
I don't know. I was surprised that Speedy was on, so I wasn't expecting the show at all.
oh, okay. I thought you guys had both decided to do it together.
No, he took over the connection that you made for this show.
Oh, okay.
I
Huh,
didn't
Because
okay.
do that.
I was just I just looked at my phone and saw, wait a minute, there's no show today, and I tapped on it. Oh, it's Speedy, and he's all by himself doing this show.
Well, that was very kind of you to get on.
So I thought,
In the chat room, good morning, Diggs. How you doing?
yep, good morning. So I just joined in because he was all by himself, so I had to reschedule this show because he hijacked it. I did. So
Okay.
we went to the normal time, just shooting the
Wow.
breeze as well. We weren't actually, well, we did sports. I mean, he talked about his wrestling, of course, so that took about 3 or 4 days, and then but it was fun. It was fun. I think I got to do the baseball standings. That's what I got to do. So I was excited about that. So
Yeah, we did that a little bit earlier. We're going to recap real quick. So, your thoughts on the Angels pulling Otani from the trading block and deciding to keep him, and actually picking up a couple pitchers along the way also. Did that surprise you, or?
I didn't see that.
Oh,
But yeah, I didn't.
Otani was pulled. I think it was Wednesday. They made the announcement that Arnie Moreno, the owner, made the announcement that Shohei was no longer available for trade. That they're going to keep him, and that they're going for the playoff run.
Wow. That's okay. Well, I mean, I didn't. I was going to ask you if there was an injury. What is why they kept him? But they're going to actually go to try to get. They're going to go for it, huh?
Yeah, in fact, so they made that announcement, I think, Wednesday, and then on Thursday they played a doubleheader, and Otani was the pitcher in the first game, and he pitched a one-hitter. He had a perfect game going into the fifth inning, lost that with a single, and then didn't give up another hit. And then came back in the second game and DH'd, and he blasted two more homers. So he is major league leading 37 homers so far.
So it's good that they kept him.
Yeah.
Especially if
They're
you
going to have to back up that Brinks truck big time
so
for him for next year.
I haven't since I didn't get to do the standings. Where are the Angels? So they're in
The
the
Angels are in third place. I believe it's only like 3 games behind, and I believe they're 1 game out of the wild card right now.
Yeah. Well,
You know, there's still a ton of time. So
yeah, I know. When that's so usually so instead of giving up on the season, they're going to stay with it, huh? Wow,
yeah,
that's okay. You know, I salute that because that is usually teams give up and they start the big dump. As in players, not anything, not on the golden throne there, but
Do you mind? I'm drinking.
okay. So, well, I appreciate that what they're doing, going for it instead of like screw this season. Actually, when you're only 1 game, I mean, yeah, it could all fall apart, but having him there helped them win a game, so it keeps them in the race. And did they win the second game as well, Big Dog? Do you recommend?
yes, they did. So I'm looking at the wild card right now. They're not as close as I thought. So they are 4 games out of the wild card right now.
But what's it look like in their own division? I mean, I'm sure that
In their own division, let's see, they are in third place, 6 games behind.
wow.
So,
Okay, well, it's not a lot that you can make.
no,
That
it's not. And if they get on a hot streak, they can do it.
well,
Right, you got
I hope that the fans appreciate them going. I don't know what their attendance is. I mean, it has to be
They
better.
have they actually over the last probably about 3-4 years, they've been pulling in 3 million plus a year. So they've been doing very well.
Well, it's better than Speedy's A's. So,
I wonder when that was coming in.
so yeah, I'm just saying. I hope the fans really, I mean, even more appreciate that and put more butts in the seats to root
Yeah.
this team on as they trudge on. And like I said, I salute that. I mean, I appreciate a team actually, instead of doing the total dump, saying, you know what, we're in for the long haul. Awesome sauce. No matter
Yeah,
how it turns out, because even if it doesn't turn out for them, they can trade him later. I mean, it's not like he can't be traded later on if they want to, but right now they're in, and I love it. I mean, it's. I just like I said. I mean, just hearing the news about a team that's actually going to go all in and say, you know what, we're changing our minds. We think we have a shot. Let's do this. And so, yeah, that's how I feel about it. Then I salute the Angels, and I hope their Angels in the outfield can help them pull this
yeah,
out.
that would be nice. I was surprised when they announced that they're not going to trade him and that they were going to go for the playoffs. So I was like, okay, good. This season has been so weird, because the whole team was for sale at the beginning of the year, and then all of a sudden Artie Moreno decides, no, I want to keep the team. And then the whole Shohei Ohtani thing, because this is his contract year is up, so a lot of conjecture about him being traded so they can get something back, something for instead of getting nothing for him, if they let him go in free agency, and then all of a sudden this week we hear, nope, he's staying with us, and we're going for the playoffs. So
Okay.
I don't know if he woke up one day, had an epiphany, and said, "Let's play some baseball."
Maybe.
Maybe
And
they decided to gamble on Otani. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
Otani had the epiphany and thought, well, I've got to give it a go because if he does end up being injury prone to that degree, there ain't a team out there that's going to touch him, are they? Really?
Well, see, that's the thing because early on, he's in his sixth year, I believe, and the first 2 or 3 years he was injury prone. He's already had Tommy John surgery. Excuse me. He's had Tommy John surgery, but since coming back from that, he's been healthy the last 2.5 seasons. So hopefully he's gotten past that and now can keep himself healthy. But yeah, with him and Trout, I mean, you have possibly the best two players in baseball right now on the same team. And it's been I guess my nightmare. Every season you look at them on paper before the season begins, you're like, this is a championship contending team. And by the end of the year, they're not even at 500. So my question has always been, what is wrong? They changed the general manager. They changed the manager. They've done this, they've done that, and still, for whatever reason, they can't produce. So I'm hoping something's going to click.
Yeah. Well, we'll see then, won't we? I mean, being all in, yeah. I, yeah. I mean, we'll see, and
Yeah.
I'll probably pay more attention now that they actually thinking that they're gonna go balls out and
Yep.
really go. I mean, but yeah, I didn't know the Angels were for sale again. But I mean, they were owned a long time by Disney, so
Yeah. During the off season, this past off season, excuse me, Artie Moreno decided he didn't want to own them anymore. And then right when the season started, within the first month of the season this year, he put out a statement saying that the Angels were no longer for sale and that he was keeping the team and was going to work on bringing another championship back to Anaheim. So,
no bully for him.
yeah.
I mean, when I read about Otani, I was quite surprised because we've been talking about him here. About, I think 3 or 4 weeks back, we've been talking about Otani and the possibilities of him being sold. I mean, I think
Yep.
Roger went into the whole ins and outs of it, and then to suddenly have this in your face saying he ain't going nowhere, he's staying here. I thought, well, we're just going to have to sit and work this one through. So,
Yeah, the rumors for the longest time was that he was going to be going to the Dodgers because the Dodgers, of course, have the money for it to
yeah.
pay him. Yankees West. But there was a lot of talk either him going there or to, was it the Giants? Can't remember who the other team was. There was two other teams, but what everybody was betting on was that he was going to the Dodgers, and to have this happen was
He would stay on the West Coast.
yeah.
You wouldn't
Yeah.
be moving far.
No, I mean,
Exactly.
Roger worked it out. It was the Dodgers, didn't he?
Yeah.
He worked it through. It would be, if anybody, it would be the Dodgers. And he would know because, baseball's his thing, isn't it?
Yep. And of course, the other news for the Dodgers, they picked up two relief pitchers to shore up their bullpen. And the big news, of course, I don't know if Almighty saw that or not, but Kike Hernandez, former Dodger standout, was on the 2020 championship team, got traded from the Red Sox back to the Dodgers. I believe it was Thursday. So that was a surprise. And I think as I was talking about it before Anime Girl got in, my son-in-law, who is an avid Boston fan, I love him to death, but that's his only thing I hate about it.
Really?
He said, when I asked him about it, he said there was something that happened at batting practice that morning, that he got into an altercation with somebody. That's the rumors that he read, that Kike got into a altercation with someone either in management or other ball players. And then later on that day, he was traded to the Dodgers. Whether or not that's true, I haven't seen anything, in the places I look for articles or rumors. So I'm going to kind of,
anything on my side.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of go into a little bit of a dive later on and see if I can find something about the rumors of that. But he said that's what he heard. So, and he's more dialed into Boston than I am, of course. So, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. But Kike's happy to be back, he says. So,
Let's hope he pulls his finger out and plays then.
yeah. Well, I mean, he's a good player. He's a second shortstop slash outfielder, and does a decent job at both positions. So we'll see. The Dodgers, I believe, got a little bit better getting him back. So we'll see how that goes.
Round out the team.
Any? I'm sorry.
Will it round out the team?
Um, I think it'll help the team. I think he's going to be used more for utility at the moment. I think he's more of a insurance policy in case someone gets hurt in their run. So that, because as I said, they're finally in first place. They've been on a bit of a winning streak. The Dodgers were in third or fourth place just a few weeks ago, so they pulled off some good wins, and they're back on top. So they're going to try and stay there. And of course, they have the money to spend to do it. So we'll see how it goes. Almighty, any Guardians news that's worth of note in the trade before the trade deadline?
They are not doing anything as far as I can tell. They're just staying pat. I don't, I don't know. They're just like fighting with 500, even though that's enough to keep them within striking distance of first place in the week central. So
yeah, you guys are at 500. You're 52 and 52.
What's that?
And you're only 1.5 games out of first place.
Yeah, see, we're within striking distance, and we're going to, well, whoever wins that division is going to have to win it to get to the playoffs. There's not going to be a wild card coming out of that division, because all the other two divisions, just most of the teams have a winning record until you get to the bottom of the West. But look at how powerful. I mean, if you look at the wild card standings as you see that there's a buttload of teams fighting for that, and no one in the East has a losing record, even though 1 through 4. Yep. And the Orioles, once again have gone from last to first, and they actually passed the Rays, and so it's an interesting division. I mean, now that it's trying to figure out if the Yankees can fight their way up the standings, but still, it's an interesting division with every team playing good or playing well, and it's a fight. And like you see, I mean, that whole division is above 500, and they're all in the wild card race, as is the first 3 teams in the West. I mean, it's just a battle for all those. It should be an interesting next 2 months, and probably a wild one in September, my friend.
Yep.
And I don't know how much you follow the American baseball over there, Anime Girl, but get ready for some fireworks in September when we get down to it, and people are going to be fighting for all those playoff spots.
I only pick up what is discussed on the program, and occasionally when there's I'm going through like Google or something, and something will pop up about one of the teams. I mean, like we'd be talking, as I said, we were talking about Otani, and it suddenly popped up on my feed, and I thought, I know this guy. That's why I remember it. Who was the other one? There was another. It was about an umpire or something with someone about a bad call about 2 games back, but I can't remember exactly what that was all about.
Oh yeah, that was at the Dodgers with the Dodgers, and God, I don't remember who they were playing, but evidently the umpire, and I forget his name, they actually counted it because they, the way when they throw the pitch, how it has imaginary box that you can see on TV. These were dead on strikes, and he wasn't calling them, and he was doing it on both sides. They said this umpire missed 48 calls that he called wrong.
Yeah, I know one of the teams that was playing, they absolutely went to town on this ump. They turned around and said, this guy really needs to go get his eyes tested because he's just so crap. And I thought, ooh, now if Roger was here, he would be telling the guy how to do it, when to do it, where to look. But unfortunately, the man's not here, so there you go.
Almighty, are you surprised at how well? I mean, on paper, I know they looked good going in, but are you surprised on how uh, dominating the Rangers have been this year?
They were on my radar. I'm just surprised how well all these teams are doing. I
No
mean,
kidding.
not just. I mean, it's interesting to see a race that's not just between the Yankees and the Red Sox, and
Yeah,
whoever else falls in line in the other divisions. But I mean, it seems like we actually have a baseball season with a lot on the line for a lot of teams, and I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. It's. I mean, now that they have these three divisions, it'd be an interesting race if they still had just the two divisions at the old days, East and West, and that. But it's a pile up right now, and it's interesting to see how this all plays out. And I guess we'll see who's in and who's out as we get closer. At the trade deadline and you know, you know, I'm
yeah,
just
and
surprised
you
how
know,
well
I'm looking at the standings again,
the
closer
Rays.
than I did before,
Yeah, I mean,
and so many teams are over 500. It's just astonishing, especially in the East, American League East. Every single team is over 500. The Yankees being the worst at 54 and 49. And that's why they're in last place, 9 games behind. But yeah, I mean, I didn't really look at it like this, but damn, there's pretty much all of the East is above 500 except for one, two, three, four teams. In the American League, only four teams are under 500. That's pretty damn incredible.
yeah, and yeah. So, like I said, it's a pile up, and it's going to be an interesting race as we the next 2 months. And once we hit September, we'll see what really goes down. I mean, and like we'll see how these teams can jockey for position. I mean, it's
Yeah,
in the old days that number for the Yankees would probably put them in first place or second place, but now with the Orioles and the Rays playing some kind of baseball, which is surprising to everyone, it's and it seems that they're kind of for real since they've hung on this long in these
yeah,
positions. I mean, the Rays had the first place for most of the season, and the Orioles in the last week or so overtook them in first place. I mean, it's not like it's a big lead either. I mean, these two teams could be switching in and off, you know, for the rest of the season. But they've got to be careful because that rest of the division is breathing down their necks too. I mean, the
yep,
Red Sox are coming on, and we'll see. It's it's a phenomenal division this year. I mean, because last year, the Orioles at this time were in last place with a real bad record as usual. I mean,
yeah.
but somehow they've been able, and the Rays have been able to pull it together with these. And you've got to remember, these teams do not have high payrolls. They're toward the bottom of the league with payroll. So
Yeah, and we've been talking about that throughout this baseball season, how these lower salaried teams, are thriving, and the ones that spend all the big money, aren't the Yankees, the Sox. The only one that seems to be immune to it are the Dodgers. But I think they're just throwing so much money at the wall that they can't do anything but win.
right, yeah. But it's it would it's for me it's always good to see these big market
Oh
teams
yeah,
flounder. I mean, I mean, for me that is. I mean, So, 'cause it's always good to see that. I sense since the Cleveland team is a small market team, it's always good to see them succeed and overcome these fire alarms that happen here. Hold on. I usually keep an eye on the time so I can mute it in time, but I guess I was too busy talking to pay attention. But we'll see. And it's these big spending teams never learn their lesson that they don't have to spend 200 million a year to win a championship. But then
Yeah.
again, they in a year or so they'll raid these teams that are in first place
Oh, of course.
of their men because
And then they got to start over again.
yep, and a small market will have to start over again. But in the meantime, you enjoy it until they get raided by the rest of the top tier teams when they come and pick their bones and say, "Hey, he's a free agent now. Boom, he's with us. Boom, he's with us," because we have deep pockets. And you can't blame the players for wanting their money if they're going to be offered it. I mean, it's when it comes to players taking big money, they're just taking what's being offered to them and what
I agree.
what the market is.
Yeah, and Anime Girl and I talked about that earlier when I talked about Marcus Smart of the Celtics. I don't know if you've read about that. The Celtics signed him to a 5-year Supermax extension, so he signed a 5-year, $307 million contract. That's going to pay him an average of $60 million a year. And as I was telling Anime Girl, you guys know how I feel about the Celtics. But, as I said, I don't begrudge any professional athlete because, of what it takes to get to that level. I don't begrudge any player getting whatever's offered to them, whatever maximum amount is offered to them. Like you said, with the players in baseball, they get these mega contracts, or in basketball, he's making $60 million. He's now the highest paid contract in NBA history. And that'll probably hold up for maybe a year or two. Until someone else passes him.
Quarterback for San Diego, Herbert.
Yeah, exactly. Jalen Hurts. Yeah,
make a deal too. I mean, worth hundreds of millions of dollars for the next 5 years, seasons.
5 years, yep.
But hey, if they can get the money, it's you keep like, oh, they make all this money, but not every player makes all this money. But
exactly.
If they can get the money. Because that money has to go somewhere. It's either going to go in a player's pocket or it's going to go in the owner's pocket. So whose pocket is that money going to go into? Because it's not going to be dispersed to the fans. It's not like, oh, man, we're not going to get our share this year. No, unless you live in Green Bay and you get something. Well, you don't get anything there either. You just get a stock and you get to have a seat. But still, the money is not dispersed anywhere else. So
I bet the IRS are looking good, though, aren't they?
Yeah, it's going to go to somebody's pocket, and the owners have, and plus with the money they get from the TV deals and all that crap. Yep. I mean, these. It boggles my mind, or I'm befuddled by how these networks can pay all these billions of dollars, hire all these people, and stay solvent.
Yep.
And that's a big part. I mean, that's a big part of it too. I mean, it's this big vicious triangle where everybody's paying all this big money, and it eventually gets trickled down to the players. Now you might say, well, there are all these players, but not all these players are making big money. I mean, most of them are making minimum or a little above. I mean, yeah. It might be $1 million, but still. When it comes to an offensive lineman, your career is average of 2.5 years. So after that, you're done. I mean, having a player at any position mostly play a long longevity like Brady or whomever is not that. Because I mean, look how fast they burn through running backs now.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that earlier. We're saying well, I gave the example of LeBron, but Brady, you have a guy that's played 20 years, but then you average that out with the guy that played maybe 6 games. and that's his NFL career.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
but
And that, I mean, Brady and Rodgers and and whatever. Think about it. I mean, this is very rare. I mean,
mhm,
how many quarterbacks? I mean, Luck is gone. Okay,
yeah,
and and how many of these players even fizzle out after a while? I mean, I know I keep pushing Baker Mayfield, but that's still out there.
yeah,
We don't know what's going to happen, and we don't know if he has. We don't know. I mean, I can. I guess I kind of pushed for him since he was with the Browns, and I think that he could have produced if they would have gave him prop. They wouldn't change coaches every 6 weeks, but this luck. I mean, that's the bad luck of the draw for that guy.
yeah.
So
I
maybe.
agree.
So let's see how he does now that because last year, remember, he wasn't traded until this time last year to start
Yeah,
running the playbook with Charlotte, and plus he was with Charlotte. Okay,
yep,
so and he was that, and he had a couple good moments with the Rams, even though they have a bad offensive line. He was getting killed back there most of the time anyway. So him to pull off the 2 wins that he did was something else because that team was suffering by the end of the year. We all know that. But we'll see how he does. I mean,
yeah.
this is probably his last stand, I believe. So we'll see if he can take advantage of it. I hope if he's the
Hope
starter, I mean, they keep going back and forth, but you're not going to sign this guy and not start him. But anyway, it's go ahead, big dog.
No, I was gonna say hopefully Baker Mayfield, does it. I like the guy. I think he's extremely talented, and I think he's just gotten. It's just been bad luck all the way through. But one thing I did want to go back to real quick on salaries, how we were saying, like me, I don't begrudge any player for getting as much as he can. They did an actual breakdown. I saw a video just the other day about LeBron and his $42 million salary that he had this past season. So he made like 42.5, and they broke down taxes, state taxes, the commission that he has to pay to his agent, and this and that. So his 42.5 salary after everything was paid, taxes, everything that needed to be paid out, he walked home with $18.5 million of a $42.5 million salary.
Oh yeah, and plus, living in California doesn't help either with the taxes.
Yeah. Well, true. I mean, he paid more, but I mean, just
Yeah, I know what
it
you
was it was something like 18 and a half might be a little bit low. I know they figured it out that after everything was taken out of his check, he ended up taking home only 47% of his salary or something like that.
Well, yeah, he's in that. Yeah, and I'm
Yeah.
sure he's figured it out how to take home a
Oh
little
yeah.
bit more with the tax.
Oh yeah. He's got those tax people that shelter this and shelter that, and
Everybody else.
he doesn't have to pay till he's 110, or all the other things that go on.
But yet that doesn't count. But then that's that's a salary, but then it doesn't count what his endorsements pay him.
Oh yeah, which is probably double or triple what he gets paid on on the court.
But then again, that's another something that comes under their 50% tax law. So I mean,
Yep.
He's not, but he's not broke. Let's put it that way. He might lose all this money in taxes, but he's still not broke. So
And
I see what you're saying. I mean, when you try to figure this out, okay, well, if I got to figure out how much I'm actually going to take home after this tax crap, playing all this basketball, and you keep thinking, well, it's only 18 million out of 47 million, which is sad because that's a lot of taxes that are going to nothing, that are building these bridges to nowhere. And but it's still
18 million.
Yeah, it's still 18 million, and plus that doesn't count how much he pays his posse,
True.
his handlers, and everything else that he has.
And
But that's
security.
that's his problem. That's just his personal stuff. I mean, he doesn't have to do that, but what's required of him by law and his agent fee, yeah. So
And of course, speaking of LeBron, of course, you probably heard about Bronny, his son. What
Yeah,
happened to him on Monday
right.
with the cardiac arrest?
Yeah, and he's been released already. Well, I
Yeah,
can't say
he went
already,
home. I
but
believe it was Thursday. Uh, I would assume nothing's being said by anybody, by SC, by
yeah, no
the
one's talking. TMZ
yeah.
hasn't gotten in there yet. I'm sure TMZ will root it out for us. They'll find out, but I don't
They
know
did as I was talking to an anime girl about it earlier. They, the the TV doctors that are hired, by the different
Oh,
stations and stuff.
oh yeah, the experts.
They're talking about what it could possibly be. It could be the enlarged heart, could be enlarged arteries, could be this, could be that. So a lot of conjectures going on, but I'm pretty positive, especially being LeBron James Jr., that he's not going to step on the court till he's 200% cleared, because SC is not
Right.
going to take a lawsuit.
Yeah. But what has him being vaccinated been brought up yet? They
Oh
don't.
God, yes, we talked about that. Yeah, Elon Musk right away.
Got to go there.
Well,
Always have to go there. Because
yep.
it's part of the. It's going to be part of the thing for a long time to come because we don't know the exact side effects of this vaccination. But we keep hearing, well, people keep dropping dead. They got the vaccination. Well, they would have died anyway eventually. I mean, come on, it's not. I mean, I have not been jabbed yet. I have since I found out I don't really get any symptoms. I'm in no hurry to get jabbed since I'm under no.
I got vaccinated mainly because when my grandson was born in the middle of the pandemic, my daughter said, "You guys can come over, but you have to be vaccinated to see him." So, to me, I
Yeah,
was like, that's a small ask, for
yeah.
me.
Until you grow
So
that
I
tail,
did it.
but just be sure to show us your tail when it grows out, and you know, so you get that little
I
wiggly
was
tail.
gonna say something, but anime girl came back, and I'm gonna be nice because it was gonna be pretty bad.
Please carry on. I mean, I've had
I can
four.
just imagine. I left him an opening, so I shouldn't have.
I know, and
I,
boy, I wanted to take advantage of it.
I've had four inoculations, so I don't give a damn.
I mean, I gave him the end, and he didn't take it. But yeah,
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, try to be a gentleman. That's
for the
unusual.
first time in his life, yeah. So, well, not
Okay. Will
just
the
joking.
real
I'm
big
just
dog
joking,
please
big
enter the
dog.
room? Yeah. What do you
But
reckon, Almighty? Will the real big dog please enter the room?
yeah, so yeah, so I did hear that. So I don't know, and I I'm sure someone's will eventually find out. But
I think so.
it seemed like it's not. I can't. I mean, we both know that is not that's a big problem, or could be a serious. I mean, that's not cardiac arrest. That's serious, and you don't
Yeah.
know. I hope that it's not. I hope it's just an anomaly, and he'll be able to come back and play. Because I know that LeBron wants to hang out until he's too old to play with his son. That will be signed as a free agent, as far as I know, but or not drafted very high like his father. But
Oh yeah. No,
so
not at all.
so we'll find out, and I just hope that everything works out for the guy. I mean, I hope it doesn't end his sports career. I
Yeah.
mean, his health comes first, but you hope that he can get back to doing what he was doing before. But the collapse like that, we'll see.
Yeah. Exactly. Especially in a healthy 18-year-old kid, and who's an elite athlete, just to collapse like that. So, like you said, hopefully it's just an anomaly, but they're doing all the tests in the world. And if he were not to be able to continue to play, I think LeBron will retire after this season because his contract is up this season. And the only reason why he's hanging on is, like you said, to play with his son year after next. Because we all know Bronny's going to be one and done, so he can get into the NBA and play with his dad.
Right,
So I
right.
think if something were to happen where they said, you can't play at that level, I think LeBron would retire after his contract is up this year.
Instead of hanging on, like you said, oh, you know what, he can't play, so I might as well get out of here
Yeah.
and make more movies. And well, I mean, it's not, you can't blame the guy, but I mean,
No,
they're going
not
to
at
pay
all.
him money to do this stuff. Well, take their money and run. Yeah, can't can't take that. I mean, I hope because I hope that everything works out. I mean, we've seen this stuff happen before, like last year when in the Buffalo game when that player, I can't remember his name, I'm
Yeah.
sorry about that, he went down with whatever happened to him. We still have to see it. I haven't heard anything about him being in training camp or anything playing this year.
They talked about that last week at, I guess, at the ESPN Awards, or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. Evidently, he is back at training camp, and that he's faster than he was before. I guess all the testing and stuff. So I guess his 40-yard speed, that he's even faster than he was before his collapse. So
Okay.
good for him.
Yeah, good for him.
I mean, don't forget. I mean, this heart problem that LeBron or Bronny had. I mean, it could have been brought on by the conditions around him, the heat and what have you. If he hasn't, if he pushed himself too far, the body's going to take so much that it's going to close down. So, as you say, there is a possibility it's more serious, but I wouldn't wish that on anybody, would you?
Oh no, not at all. I wouldn't even wish it on a Boston Celtic.
Oh, there we go again.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe after this, Bronny will have a bigger high. Be able to dunk higher, be able to shoot better after this. If that guy got faster, maybe. So we'll see.
Able to hit the hoop, you mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, all joking aside, I hope that he gets better, and it's good to see that. I don't know why I can't remember his name, but I'm glad that he's back in training camp and it's actually improved. So we'll see. It's good to see, and I'm sure they'll make a big fuss at it, when he comes back to actually play football, and they'll do that, and then we'll be done with it, and we'll be able to move on with the season. So
that'll probably be a primetime game or something.
I don't know. I don't think it'll go that far, but they'll probably just do a thing. They'll be in the pregame stuff for sure. Talking about he's going to be playing today and yada yada yada, which I guess is good news. So I mean, it's a good news story that he's back. So we might as well celebrate that. But once we get that over with after week 1, we can move on and get onto the season and see what happens then.
Are you looking forward to the NFC?
Go ahead, Adam McGill. I'm sorry.
You said, are you looking forward to the new NFL season?
Who, me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. I'm always looking forward to it.
I
Until
know Big Dog's got plans for this upcoming NFL season, but I'm sure he'll let you know what they're all are when he.
well, I'm excited for the first 3 weeks until the Browns are 0-3, and then I just lose interest, and it's like,
No,
another bad year.
no, my little baby shits are going to do good this year.
I hope so. It's since Deshaun Watson is the guy. I mean, he's just he's got to overcome being pestered by all the questions about all his deeds he's done in the past. I mean, they're not going to let it go, and
Is his suspension over?
everything's over. He's just
Okay.
and he's on the field. He's practicing. So this year we'll get a full meal deal out of this guy. I mean, we'll see if he can help do anything here, unless not well. I mean, I know there's always injuries, but let's see. Well, we'll find out if this guy is worth all this money he's being paid, and the trauma that he caused the team and everything else. So if he can do it, we'll find out. I mean, I'm stuck with him, so I have to.
Stuck with him. Oh, well, Especially if you're stuck with worse things.
Well, yeah, true. But I guess it's true since I'm not a masseur, so I guess I'm kind of safe.
I was just about to say that. As long as you're not his masseuse, you're doing okay.
Yeah, I don't have to
Yeah.
worry about him groping me and trying to do well. Anyway,
Right.
anyway, that's that. I mean, he only can be done. He can only have this done with teams and stuff, and they got everything hopefully hammered out where he can't. He's not well. He's not supposed to be able to go off the grid and find him a
Okay.
downtown Cleveland somewhere. So so hopefully, but anyway, he's still being peppered with those questions. So he has to overcome all that mess because that's not going to let him go. And
That's going to go on, I think, for a couple of years at least. I mean,
yeah,
because there's always
that's
going to be that one reporter that just wants to poke him,
he's
try and
trying
get
to
a
forget.
reaction out of him.
I'm sorry, Big Dog. I shouldn't have done that. But
No, that's fine.
unless they start winning, maybe they might stop a little bit. But right now,
True.
But right now, he's fresh off of his suspension from last year. He played a few games, did so, but uh, that's just I don't know. Everybody says rust, but then if a second stringer can come off the bench for San Francisco and lead them to the playoffs, then he doesn't have any rust. I mean, is that really a thing?
I can't see it being a thing. I mean, if, as you say, he can play ball, can't he? He
Yeah.
can,
I
yeah,
mean, it's
so,
not like he practices, even though it might be with the second team for a second stringer. But he is this whatever backup it is he's still a professional and should be ready to go no matter what. I mean, I don't know if I can buy. I mean, maybe I thought about Russ too last season, but then when they brought up the backup quarterback that came in for San Francisco, and you hear other backups just come in and light it up,
Yeah.
and you keep thinking, well, man, they've been sitting on the bench all year or for the last 2 years, but yet here they are. They're coming off. They're professionals. They're playing ball. So maybe rust is not a thing. What do you think about that, Big Dog? Do you think rust is a thing for these guys, or?
I think rust only, or the use of the word rust that he's got rust on, are for the guys that don't practice. Like you said, the backup quarterbacks, the third string quarterbacks, they're still taking reps every week, and they're staying loose. I think rust is for the guy that is off for the entire year, and during that year he maybe picked the ball up, once or twice.
Right.
That yes, I think it's rust because they're just not staying in condition.
Right.
But I think a guy that's trying to come back from an injury or for whatever reason didn't play, but yet he's taking those reps, he's taking the throws or doing the runs or doing the routes, or shooting the baskets, whatever sport it may be. I think if they're doing it regularly, there's no rust.
Right.
I mean, baseball might be a little bit different. If you're a batter and someone's just throwing peppering you, it's a little different when you get thrown a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Yeah, okay, that you got to come back up to speed on. But for pretty much everything else, like quarterbacks, running backs, basketball players, if you're in there putting in the time, and sweating, if there's any rust, it'll be minimal.
yeah.
Right.
So,
and you
so
can't.
no, I don't agree with rust.
Yeah, but you can't. You're not supposed to have rust when you're getting paid. How much Deshaun Watson is getting paid? Either $42 million a year or whatever.
Yes.
You're not afforded
Yeah.
rust when you're getting. But like I said, we'll see. I mean, he's going to have a full season. I mean, a full practice, full preseason. Well, whatever that's worth. I mean, he'll play a couple downs a game and then get out. But we'll see how this team gels as it goes along. I mean, they were in it till. I mean, they were kind of in it until the end. I mean, and they weren't exactly out of it. So we'll see. It should be an interesting season. We'll see how things move on, and
Mhm.
it'll be fun. The anime girl. I mean, looking forward to the season mostly so we can get back to doing our picks again. I think.
Yeah, we had lots of fun doing that last season.
Yeah, and I have a new philosophy. I'm going to actually play with my head, not my heart. So I will be taking the Cowboys in games this year.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh.
I know for a fact I would have won at least five more games
Yeah.
Yeah,
if I would
you
have
need to
picked
look. You need
correctly.
to look in the ceiling there because the world's coming to an end.
Yeah.
He just said he's taking the Cowboys.
That was lightning. I heard the lightning. We're in for it now,
Fuck you
big
guys.
dog.
Fuck you.
Oh my gosh. Oh fuck. Big dog, come on, man.
I mean, you know what's going to
Only thing
happen
worse is
next,
if
don't you, Almighty?
only
You know what's
thing
going to
worse
happen
is that
next.
what's that?
I said, you know what's going to happen next, though, don't you? There's going to be a damn game, and he's going to pick the Celtics, and
I was
that's
gonna,
going
I
to
was
be
Oh
it.
gonna
no,
say that.
no,
End of the world.
no.
Oh man. Woo! When that day comes where we better hide we better do our duck and roll under the desk.
Yeah,
You guys
what was
don't
that
know
old-
how hard it is when it's the Clippers versus the Celtics.
Oh geez, big dog.
I have such a hard time.
Big dog. Yeah, I bet you do.
Yeah. Can you imagine he picks the Celtics? We may as well kiss our butts goodbye because the world's ending.
Yeah. Well, that's the same thing when I have to pick between the Steelers and the Ravens. I mean, I don't know what the fuck to do there, but you know,
Who? To who? Who?
the Steelers and the Ravens. Yeah,
Yeah,
fuck
who
them.
are
But
they?
you know, it's that's one of those things where oh my gosh. I mean, I can kind of pick the Cowboys. I don't like to, but sometimes you just gotta say, "Oh, what the heck?" But I
Yeah,
don't
I
like
just want
picking
to
the
walk
Steelers
away.
either. And I
I
don't
got
know
to
how.
walk away from the Cowboys. I
But-
really do. There are times when I sit there and I look at the game and I think, "Yay!" And then you look at the stats and you think, "Not a hope in hell." So you got to walk away. You
Yeah,
do
but
because
the thing is, Big Dog's kind of right too because you got to wonder, okay, if I'm going to pick them this time, they're going to choke.
yeah,
I mean, Big Dog, anybody has to have their reluctance when it comes to the Cowboys because you might think, oh yeah, they're playing the Texans, and which I think they do this year. I'm not quite sure. No, I think the Tennessee Titans play the Houston Texans, which is, but anyway, yeah. Sometimes you just got to think, okay, yeah, they should win, but is this a time that they choke? Dak does something stupid, or they just
well,
can't.
they did that 3 times last season to me.
Yeah.
There was
So-
at least 3 games last season where I said, "Yeah, they're going to walk this," because everything was in their favor. They walked out
Yeah.
onto the field, and what happened? They
Wow.
didn't show up. The other side just went across as if they weren't there.
Yeah. So, in a way, Big Dog's right in this theory, always picking against the Cowboys because you never know when they're going to bite you in the ass. So, Big Dog might say, "Yeah, I'm going to pick the Cowboys finally." Ah, fuck, they bite. No, I'm not anymore. Screw this team.
That last season, though, didn't you, Big Dog? You actually
I
did that
think-
last season.
I picked the Cowboys. I think it was the last 3 or the last 4 games of the season, and I picked correctly 3 of those 4 times. The last one,
Yeah.
one of them bit me in the ass.
Yeah, I
But for the
remember
most
that.
part,
Yeah.
for the
you
most
came
part,
on-
I was like, I know they're going to win this game, so I had to pick them because I was that close. And like I said, I was in 3rd place, 3 games out, or 3 wins out, and I know for a fact that I picked the Cowboys at least 5 or 6 times to lose when they won, when I knew they were going to win. So I would have won. So it pisses me off. So that's why this year I'm gonna damn it.
I remember
Oh.
when you picked the Cowboys to win and they beat you in the ass. And the first, because I was still typing at that point, and the first thing she said to me was, "You damn Cowboys lost." I thought, "Yep, here we go. I'm going to get this
Oh, I
shit
was so
for the rest
mad.
of the
I was
program." Oh,
so
yeah,
mad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. But
So,
they did it to me too.
real quick, talking about the Houston team, which I didn't. Well, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the Cowboys.
Uh-huh.
But the Tennessee Titans have shown off that they are going to wear Houston Oiler uniforms this year. for
Oh,
a couple
cool.
of their games.
Little
So-
throwback game, huh?
Throwback game. And
Okay.
I guess what was one of the theories is that they might wear them when they go to Houston.
Oh,
And to me, that would start a riot.
Maybe that's what they're hoping for.
Because if
hmm.
I'm just saying, here they are, the team that left them to go to Tennessee. They come back wearing their Oiler blues, and it's like, oh, come on, really? I mean, isn't it
Oh
like a
yeah.
slap in the face if you go backward and hey, look, we got our Oilers shit on, bitches. You know what? You know what do you think, Big Dog?
Yeah,
Would that be?
Goodell might step in on that one. He might step in and say, "Nah, you know what? You can wear that Oilers uniform at home in Tennessee."
Well, we don't know what game. I don't think we know which games yet, but it's just they just brought it out last week. I saw
Yeah,
pictures of
I
it.
remember seeing that. I forgot all about that.
So
But yeah, if they take it back to Texas versus Texas, that could cause some serious problems.
yeah, and they're already there are fans already saying they're not the Houston Oilers anymore, and I think even their own fans are saying, well, no, we're the Titans now. We're not the Oilers. I
Yeah,
mean, even though they kept all that crap when they moved, which is sad because it would have been fun to see another Oilers team play because if you remember the Earl Campbell days. But watching
yep.
that watching that dude just plow over everybody, and well, now he's suffering for it. But still, back then when you watched him with the shoulder pads coming out of his jersey and he's just plowing over everybody in his way, it was fun to watch. You can't deny that if you saw him play. And if you haven't seen him play, I'm sure you can find him on YouTube. Highlights of Earl Campbell just plowing through everybody and everything.
Man, that guy was a truck. He
Yeah.
just could not be stopped.
Nope, he was a truck. So anyway,
Like the
they
other
did.
one, the fridge. You remember him?
Oh yeah, refrigerator Perry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean that guy. When I watched a couple of games when that guy played, and I thought, what is the point of having it? It's like this guy was just like a tank on the field. He just stood there and moved, carried on.
Well, when you're that big, but
There's
I
big,
mean,
and then there's big.
yeah. But there
That's
were.
what she said.
Oh fuck
Ah,
yeah!
there
Oh,
you
big
go.
dog. Oh, big dog, big
Big
dog,
dog's back in
big
the
dog.
room.
Oh wow. Well, I guess she
Thank
did
you, Big
say
Dog.
that though. I mean, yeah. But yeah, I guess the big controversy with him was that he got to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl and not Sweetness. I mean, that was a big
Yeah,
mistake made by Mike Ditka. He later admitted it, but you can't go back and change it. It would have been nice to see him score at the goal line. I mean, it's fun to watch the fridge. I see, he was like whatever you want to call him, a novelty thing. But then again, I guess when you have someone that big, what else? Wait, why not? But they
yep.
didn't need him there. They could have just that game was long over before it even ended. I mean, that was a big blowout. I mean, it wasn't like it was a close game either because they took it to the Patriots. What was it, 45-14 or 10? I mean, it was
85.
yeah, 85. I mean, it was just a blowout. And
Oh yeah, yeah. It was Bears all the way from
yeah,
as soon as they flipped that coin.
and I guess real quick talking about that, I was surprised they did not become a dynasty of
Yes,
that era. I mean, I thought they
I
would
agree.
be going back, but somehow they missed the boat. Going back. I mean, they went to the playoffs, but they couldn't get back. But I thought, okay, here it is. This is the new power. We're going to see them for the next 2 years or 3 years win a Super Bowl, but it never materialized. Instead, instead we got the Bills. So who lost four in a row, which has to be
A
the
feat
worst.
that'll never be repeated, losing four in a row.
Yeah,
First of all, making it 4 years in a row was a miracle in itself, and
right.
then put the cherry on top and lose all four of those years.
Yeah,
That was something.
yeah. I mean, yeah, that is a heck of a streak to get there 4 years in a row because no team has done that 4 years in a
Nope.
row. I mean, yeah, they lost, but still, that has to be a record that a team made it 4 years in a row, and it hasn't been topped since by anybody. Not even the Patriots could do more than two. So
But they do three out of 4 years, I think is what it was. They went.
but they still couldn't get that
Yeah.
streak going. But I mean, yeah, they were a dynasty for most of this quarter of the century. I mean,
Yep.
doesn't matter what you say about their so-called cheating. They weren't doing anything other teams weren't doing. I mean, if they get caught, they just got caught. And the
That's
stupidest
true.
thing I ever, well, the dumbest thing was the deflate bowl where they deflated the balls. Like, my God, really? there's only so much you can inflate that ball before it starts wobbling in the air. Anyone that's throwing a football deflated or deflated too much knows that thing's going to wobble and miss. You're not going to have any control over it. So to really, I just don't see it. But it has to be. But they have to make a thing out of everything, and now every ball gets changed out for this, that, and the other, and it's weighed and blah 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 blah. So
I would have thought a deflated ball would be a waste of time. Surely.
Well, what it was is they deflated it just enough so that Brady, they said, could get a better grip on the ball because it was slightly underinflated, so he was able to grip it better, so he could get a better throw. But the problem was the same ball was used for the other team,
Oh yeah.
yeah, yeah.
and they didn't say anything. So, I mean,
Yeah, every quarterback is going to have their own thing for the ball, right, Big Dog? I mean,
yeah,
they go back and forth, but still, this quarterback say, "Well, I like my ball this way," or,
Yep.
or anybody say, "Well, I like my balls like this," but that's neither here nor there. Deflated. I want my balls to feel this soft. Yes, yes. But
well,
anyway,
you saw that one video. Now that you said that, right near the video, I guess they were at the Pro Bowl, and it was Ben Roethlisberger, Big Ben, and I guess the center was the Patriot center, and he was taking the ball, but they kept fumbling. It wasn't a good hike, and so the center said to him, he's all, "You got to be like Brady." He's all, "You get that center knuckle." He goes, "And you put it right in my butthole." He goes, "That's where Brady puts it." He goes, and the handoff is perfect every single time. And Ben said, "I'm not going to do that."
I think I remember that now that you told me. He said that. Yeah.
Yeah. That was like last year or something like that. And he was in an interview just talking about that, saying, "Nope, not going to do what Brady does."
No.
I tend to agree with that. No, definitely not.
No. But I'm sure every quarterback has their thing, and I'm sure that
Oh yeah.
working with the quarter.
Yeah.
But if Brady in his center had that kind of intimacy,
Closeness?
intimacy, I'm glad that they got it to work out. I don't know. I hope they didn't work on that in the shower, but his center
Probably
bends
worked
over to
out
get the. I
Probably
hope
worked
Brady.
out when I dropped the soap. That's what it worked.
Right, yeah,
come from.
dropped it. Yeah, that's how they found out by mistake is they were playing drop this soap and Brady's like, "Hey, wait a minute! If you hike the soap to me, oh, it's perfect." And he's got his knuckle in his butthole, giving him a good massage of the.
Well, no, what happened was is he had it in the shower like that, and when he hiked it, this is what you heard.
Yeah. So anyway, that's how that was perfected.
Oh, I
And
missed that.
they took it to the football field. It's
And they took it to football. They took it to the field.
they took it to the field. I mean,
Working in the shower. It's working
Well,
out there.
yeah.
Too.
now that we've just described a Porky's scene.
Yeah. Holy crap, man. No.
Yeah,
Oh
No.
boy.
I got that wrong, didn't I?
but yeah, you never know where the show's gonna go. So yeah.
Well,
Let me
exactly.
steer us back a little bit to sports.
Yeah, please.
Although
Whatever,
we're talking sports, but on a serious note, Zion Williamson, of course, this I guess this decade's round mountain of rebound, as he seems to be gaining weight like crazy. But Zion Williamson, his stepfather and his mother are being sued by a tech company for failing to pay back $1.8 million of a $2 million loan from a California-based technology company. Says in a civil lawsuit filed this week in the U.S. District Court in New Orleans, Anchor PBC, which is a tech company, stated that they made a loan in September of 2021 to Williamson and family members while trying to establish a marketing relationship with the Pelicans All-Star forward. Says the company, which specializes in blockchain-related technologies, states the lawsuit that it hoped Wilson would serve as their spokesperson. It says states that the player's stepfather, Lee Anderson, represented represented Williamson and his business manager required upfront payment of $150,000 to negotiate the potential business relationship with the stepson. It says lawsuit also states that Anchor helped Williamson with community events and identified a physical trainer and personal chef for the player. So Williamson's mother, Sandra Sampson, is named as a defendant in part because they wired money into her account after his stepfather, Anderson, allegedly told the company the family urgently needed a bridge loan to cover investment obligations. Now, it's interesting because I don't know if you guys remember or not, but Zion signed a massive deal. Let me see if I can find out what it is. He signed a 5-year, $193 million deal plus incentives that take effect this season. So the fact that he didn't pay back $1.8 million is kind of odd since he definitely has the money. But I gave you guys a short version of it. So what it was is he got the upfront money, the $150,000, and then later on was told by the family, said, we need $2 million because we have financial obligations that we can't cover. But if you want Zion to be your spokesperson, we need you to give us this $2 million within the next 48 hours. So the company did that, figuring Zion would be their spokesperson, and they were supposed to make payments, which they didn't do. They kept asking for extensions. So the final thing was you have to give us $500,000 by this date, and then you need to pay the rest of the loan off by this date. Well, they made the $500,000 loan, and then that was it, and didn't pay anything else. And I guess they repeatedly try to get money from the Williamsons people, and they said that they got one check, didn't say the amount, but that the check bounced.
Oh,
So
wow.
that's when they went to legal proceedings and decided to sue. So of course Zion and his family, etc., of course, are claiming that everything's a lie. But Anchor Technologies says they have all the proof, all the paperwork. So this is going forward, and I believe they said they have a court date in November. So we'll see how that's going. I'm pretty sure they're going to come to some sort of deal or something before they have to go to court, because I don't think they want that to come out that he's welching on deals.
Do you think he ain't got the cash to meet? Could he be broke?
Uh well, he is on a minimum contract. I mean the he's on the rookie contract. So let me see, because I do have all the teams. Charlotte, right there. What do you know? No, not Charlotte. New Orleans. Look there. Pelicans. Let's have last year's. I believe he was making like $8 million last year. So it's not like he's poor. I mean, he was a top pick. So I mean, unless he's one of those young kids, since he is young, I mean, he's only 23. I mean, he might have been like one of those guys that got to have the, 15, 20 person entourage, and, has every family member under his payroll, doing whatever. So
He could
maybe, but
also he could also be one of these young kids that have been, so we say, led astray by other members of the family, and instead of
that
being in
too.
control of the money, he's, either the father or the mother's got control of the money, and he's just sitting there doing what he's told. You reckon that could
Yeah.
have happened?
I mean,
Sorry,
it could be, I mean, because he has the stepfather and mom, as his agent and representative. So it is more than likely.
I mean, if stepdad's the agent, I mean, stepdad gets in the way and the money sort of drifts away. Son, stepson
Yeah.
don't get it. I mean, these things, I'm not saying it has happened, but these things do happen. I mean, what do you think, Almighty?
Well, I think that if Big Dog said it was a bridge loan, but it seems like the bridge collapsed. And
Yeah.
when you're making that, I'm still trying to wrap my head around. He's making this money and he still needs a loan. And
hmm
but did he end up being at least a spokesperson for this company, Big Dog, like they said he would?
No, he has yet to officially sign with them. And salary wise, his first year in the league, he made 10.7. Then it was 10.2. And last season, I'm sorry, his first season, he made 9.7. Then he made 10.2. Last season, he made 10.7. So he's already made $30.7 million in 3 years.
I don't see why. I don't know. I think maybe anime girls onto something there because
Yeah.
I mean, why couldn't you make payments on that and get it paid off? And
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, even if you paid it 500 grand at a time, you'd have that paid off in no time. But yet, if you paid
easy.
500 grand, why can't you just go ahead and just say, look, we'll pay this off and just keep paying 500 grand so often, and pay this down. But it's like you said, Big Dog, it looks like they paid the 500, wrote a bad check, which is which is I I don't know how. I don't know. Maybe anime girls onto something. Maybe even if it's not the agent, maybe they are spending all his money, or maybe he's spending all the money. But
What I'm
Well,
wondering,
Sorry.
what I'm wondering is, what if Zion didn't know anything about this? Because they said the father was as acting as his representative, and the mom was given the money. So I'm wondering, what if they went behind Zion's back and used his name and said, "Hey, we'll have our son represent you. This is what we need up front, and then now we need this loan." Because the money for that bridge loan was given to the mom. That's why she was named as a defendant.
Yeah.
And the dad was the one that was negotiating the whole thing. So what if they're going behind his back using his name and trying? I mean, it's been done before by other families. What if they're going behind his back and Zion? I'm not saying he's completely innocent, but I mean the possibility is there. And the parents couldn't pay the money back.
How gullible is he? This is the thing you got to ask. How gullible is he? Is he that gullible that he hasn't worked out that somebody somewhere in that family is diverting vast amount of cash? Because
It could be, since he was okay. So he's 23 now, so he would have been 20. They could have said, "Well, we'll take care of your finances. You do the basketball thing."
yeah,
Because remember, Zion for 3 seasons, or has been in the league now for three seasons. So 82 games times 3 is 246 games. He has only played, I believe, less than 100 games in 3 years. So he's been injured most of the time. I think he only played 8 games last year. Let me see Zion.
you don't get paid. You don't play. You don't get paid, do you?
No, it's a guaranteed contract, so he gets paid.
Oh,
Yeah.
So okay,
my mistake.
4 year. Actually, he's been in the league for 4 years. So he came in when he was 19. So in the 2020 season, he played 24 games. In 2021, he played 61 games, and that was the most he's ever played. The 2022 season, he did not play a single game because he was out with a foot injury. And in 2023, this past season, he only played in 29 games. So out of the possible, now it's 4 years. So take that back. So 4 times 82. So out of a possible 328 games, he has only played in 114.
Mm. You see,
So
being a teenager, when he came into it, there is every possibility that mummy has turned around and said, stepdad and her will look
yeah,
after the finances. You concentrate on your career, play the ball, and we'll look after the money and make
yeah,
sure that you've got you know, a trust fund type thing. And he's taken him at the word. Now, whether
yeah,
he's
yeah,
suddenly
because it would have been
switched up,
nothing for him to sign a power of attorney or whatever, saying that
yeah,
they're in charge. I mean, we've seen it with so many other players that uh and fairly intelligent players that have done that power of attorney and having their agents control their money only to be taken advantage of. I mean, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was a great example. You know, extremely intelligent man, but was focused on playing basketball, and he had his agent take care of his finances, and the agent fleeced him out of at that time. So this was the 80s, so it would have been a ton of money now. Fleeced him out of, I think it was $8 million.
yeah.
Which I don't know what that transfers into now, probably 20-25 million dollars or something like that.
I mean,
So, and that
take
was one of the reasons why Kareem kept playing past his prime, was to make up money that he lost.
yeah. I mean,
And that's been done across all of sports, where the player trusts whoever is going to be in charge of that money, that they're going to do him right, and they don't.
and if it's your
So
mother, you're not
yeah,
exactly going to question your mum, are you? You might question your dad, but your mother? No, you ain't going to question that. As they say, you know who your mother is, you never know who your father is. It's true. Think about it. You know who
yeah,
your mum is, but you never know who your dad was. Might say what name on that birth certificate doesn't mean he's the guy that did the deed.
you
Yeah,
mean
but
like Prince Harry, who's got red hair, and no one's got red hair other than the horse trainer of Diana?
Oh, I never said a word.
No, I did. I said it. I said it.
Yeah. So when they knock my door down, I just send them a move to father and say, "Go talk Big Dog." Nothing to do with me.
oh wow,
But
that
yeah, I mean,
there we go.
yeah, there we go. That's life. That's the way it works these days, guys.
It could have been one of those deals where he didn't even know it was going down. It
Yeah,
could,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, he could be innocent in all this, or there's too much to conjecture. I mean, there's so much that we could be,
yeah.
who
Well, I mean, he
knows?
could be complacent in the fact that he said yes, he would do it,
Yeah,
Well, we
but
don't know if he said yes to anything. All we know is that the parents told them that he would be their spokesperson, and maybe I don't know. I doubt if this even goes to court. There probably will be some kind of settlement. I'm
that's what
sure.
I'm thinking.
I'm sure that the son will bail them out somehow. I'm sure this will. It's yeah. It'll be settled, and we'll probably hear some kind of small article where it was settled for blah 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 amount of money, and
yeah,
maybe he still may do some spokesperson stuff. But
Yeah, he'll do a magazine ad or a commercial or something for them, and that'll be that.
yeah, so yeah, if he's he's injured, he has plenty of time to do that.
He's gained a
yes.
lot of weight. I think they say he's up to like 330, 340 now.
Oh my gosh. Well, they
New
can roll him on,
Orleans, I mean,
they
he's
can roll him
enjoying
on
the
the
food.
court. They can roll him on the court, and he can be a trampoline, and they can do dunks off of him. So yeah, you know. But well, we'll see how this all plays out. I mean, it's really interesting when you think $2 million, and you keep thinking, well, that's not a lot of money. I mean, for a sports
For
fee,
them, yeah.
for you know what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of money
Hmm.
for us, but for them, it's like $2 million. We just pay it. I mean, what? Why do you even need it? But yeah, I get.
I mean, he's picking up what 10? Well, you said 10-7 over the year, Big Dog.
Last year was 10-7. This year, the new contract kicks in because he got a rookie extension.
Yeah,
So he will be making. Okay, he will be making 33.5 this year.
33.5. So you took 33.5. You going that's 2 million a drop in the ocean, isn't it?
Uh huh.
I mean, it should be pocket change for the guy.
No, it's not
Yeah.
exactly pocket change, but I see what you're saying, Anime Girl. But when he's making 10, that still was 20% of what he was making. I
Yeah.
mean,
You should be
uh,
able to just turn around and say, well,
but he should be able. But if it, but my thinking is he did. I don't know. To me, it was. We'll see how it all pans out. I mean, the
yeah,
guy. I'm sure with this big extension, he'll be able to come up with some kind of. They'll come up with something before this even hits the court, and we'll see how it all plays out. I'm sure we'll see
Oh
a
yeah.
article on ESPN somewhere where they settled for this and it's all said and done.
yeah.
But this is just a formality, I think, just to pressure them into getting. They want their money back. So yeah,
Yeah.
Can't blame
I
them
mean,
for that.
and we've heard it so many times across all sports where they tell you, you know, family shouldn't, be in their financials when you're a pro athlete. Hire someone who knows what they're doing, that went to college and has the degrees and knows how to just set you up financially for the rest of your life.
and
And we see so many athletes that
they can set
just won't
themselves
do
up
that.
as well. So yeah, they'll be better at laundering your money and putting
Yeah.
money in their pocket. You know,
Yeah.
but yeah, I see. Yeah, when you get, yeah, I'm surprised there is agents. I don't know. I mean, you would think that. I mean, I know it's probably a way for them to get. I don't know. To me, you're you'd want a professional agent, not your parents.
Yeah.
We see this all the time where someone's the agent, the brother or somebody, and or they represent themselves.
Well, look at
But
Britney Spears. I mean, classic example. Britney Spears. I mean, you go see she's a singer, but look how hard it's taken her to get out from underneath her father's control, because he has control over everything, didn't he?
yeah,
And
yeah,
Yeah.
how much is he soaked away that nobody knows about?
exactly. And it's weird how that came about and how long it lasted.
Yeah.
Considering how old she is now. I mean, she's no longer a minor, and
Oh, she's got kids, hasn't she?
yeah,
Got
she does
two, I
have,
believe.
Yeah.
and she's still rocking that body. I've seen a couple of her
Oh yeah.
Instagram posts, but still, she's not popular like she used to be. I mean,
No.
but she was a star, and like I'm not saying she's broke, but who knows how much money he pocketed it. And it was surprised me how long it took for her to get from underneath that too. I mean, it
I
took.
don't understand why.
I mean, in the legal
Well,
bill,
it was all those mental breakdowns, and I
yeah,
don't think she had substance abuse problems. I think it was more mental, where she went to a couple of places, and well, actually no, she did have a drug thing, because that whole time, remember when she shaved her head?
right. Mm,
That was, the rumor was, is that she was going to fail a drug test, because the soon to be ex-husband was suing her for custody of the kids, and
yeah,
they were going to do a hair test to see what she's been taking, because that's where you find out, because everything's in the hair follicles. So they said
well,
that's why she shaved her head.
yeah, but there's other ways of doing that too.
Oh
But
yeah, I know.
but I see your thinking, but that was a big mess too because he wanted all this support and then custody of the kids, and I mean, let's face it. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm a fan of Britney Spears, but she's
No.
gone through her turmoils too, whether she brought it on herself or whatever. People have, but to be taken advantage of like that from your father is really, and he fought to the bitter end, didn't he? That dude just kept,
Oh yeah.
he wouldn't let
Oh
it go,
yeah,
and
Well,
he
he
had
had.
and
to
the thing
fight it afterwards.
No, we
and
had
the
to
thing
curse him out.
was,
Why would you
it
sue anyone?
wasn't just the dad. It was also the sister, the younger sister, when they got pregnant. She was also part of that
Oh, what's her name?
trust, and she didn't want to give it up.
Yeah,
But I just checked. Britney's worth right now. Oh, this is as of 2021. Probably worth a little bit
what's her
more
sister?
now, but it said she's worth $70 million.
Jamie, right? Her sister name's Jamie
Jamie, there you go. Yes,
because she had that.
Jamie was part of that conservatorship.
Yeah, she had a Disney show and then she got pregnant.
Yes. Zoe 101. I
Yeah,
remember my girls used to watch it when they were younger. Yeah,
yeah,
she got pregnant at 15 and had the baby at 16, if I'm not
Something
mistaken.
like that. Yeah. So, yeah, she had a short-lived career, at least with Disney, because Disney's going, well, what? Okay, you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as they see that test script, well, it's been nice knowing you. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Actually, she's made a comeback because I was watching Hulu, or I was watching one of the streaming channels, and evidently she made it's a reunion movie for Zoe 101. It's called Zoe 102, and I guess it takes place however many years that have passed, and it's all the original cast has come back to make this movie, including Jamie Spears.
Okay, well, Disney has softened some things, but back then,
Oh, it's not Disney though. It's not Disney.
oh, it was it. Okay, was it?
Well, it's a Disney show originally, but this movie was not sponsored by Disney or produced.
So someone bought the rights to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's on Hulu, and okay, all right, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to say, surely copyright would sit with Disney, wouldn't it? So unless
But
Disney sold the copyright, then Disney would say, okay, make the movie, and then go, poof, gotcha.
well, I'm not saying that Jamie should, have bad luck because of it. I'm just saying that, she was building her own career at the time, and sometimes things get in the way, and you have to take a break or whatever. But
Well,
plus,
my
being that young too, it has to be from
Yeah.
A thing too. I mean, it wasn't like she was an adult at the time. I mean, that's very young.
Yeah, and I think it was hard for her, as we said, being 15 and pregnant, and that's hard enough as it is, and then to be a TV star where all these kids and stuff look up to you, and you're getting all the flack, you're the Disney princess girl, that does nothing wrong, and all of a sudden you get pregnant, and then you get all the negativity that'll come with that. So
but
I
as they
wasn't
say-
surprised when she pulled away and just, went back to the country farm or wherever they were from, and kind of unplugged from Hollywood.
Yeah. As they say over here, if she'd shut her legs and opened her mouth, it might have been a bit better.
Gosh. Okay, you talk about us. That's very true. That's very true. That's very
The true statement.
True statement. Yep, and I think I have remembered that a few times. So
Don't go in there. I ain't going there.
so
Hey, Big Dog, look at Big Dog. Even he's.
but yeah, but how many? I mean, it's been a long time since that's happened too. I mean, we're not talking like it was yesterday either. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's been a while.
so but I'm just, it's so but I'm just, it's I don't know even how we got to the Spears conversation. Well, Anime Girl got us there, which is cool. There's
Yeah,
nothing
no,
wrong talking about Britney and the
We
conservative.
were talking about money in general, and I
Yeah,
just used
yeah.
Britney as an example.
Yeah, and then
My
I
bad.
understand on the flip side from Billy Mumy, who played Will Robinson on Lost in Space,
Oh yeah.
his father actually invested his money wisely for him, which is why he doesn't have to do a lot of B movies right now. Because that's what I understand what he said, that his father actually helped him out with his money and invested it wisely for him, which is why he's not like Burt Ward doing all kinds of B movies and stuff like that. So
Is he still going?
well, not as much because he does. I don't think he has to. I think from what I understand, I know that him and the actress that played Penny put a book out a few years ago about Lost in Space. From what I understand,
Okay.
I don't know what kind of. I can't remember what it was called, but they did. I can't remember her the actress's name, but she played Penny. I think it was,
I know Billy was on the con circuit for a while.
who was?
Billy was it Billy Mummy?
Yeah, he was, but he had that band too that would play sometimes too.
Yeah. But I
He was
haven't heard
part of
much
that
from
band.
him
Yeah, he had a
lately.
band too with that guy. What was that band called? Oh my god, he had a band and they had like a hit song too, and I can't.
Oh.
but they put out a
Good
few
for him.
albums. So I mean, yeah, he did have that 2-man show, and there were songs that you would have Dr. Demento introduce, those type of songs. Well, I
Good
saw
old Dr. Demento. That brings back memories.
yeah, but I saw a concert on YouTube because they were talking about it. I didn't know he did Fish Heads, which was something you would hear back in the late '80s or something. And
Uh-huh.
anyway, but it seems yeah they do he had a band and he's done. I guess he's doing pretty well. I mean he's not struggling as far as I can tell, but
Yeah.
Unlike
still
Macaulay Culkin, who
Oh,
had whole
jeez.
problem.
Or Danny Bonaducci. Man, he's had problems all his adult career
Hmm.
from the Partridge Family.
yeah.
Mind you, there's not a lot of the Partridge Family that made it big, except I think was it David Cassidy was like the best
David
that
Cassidy, yeah.
come out of there. The
Yeah,
rest of
but
it didn't.
yeah, you're right, but then eventually that flames out too when you start losing your teen idol looks. But
Yep.
Mhm. True.
but I'm sure. But I don't know. I mean, he's passed away, and his daughter, he was on the Flash. Gosh dang it, I can't remember her first name. But his daughter that he didn't really know has a kind of
Oh, yeah. She played Black Canary. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
But she was on Supernatural, and then she went to Flash and played his girlfriend for a while, and then became the Siren or whatever.
She was on Arrow.
On Arrow. Well, she was on. Yeah, she was. Yeah, you're right. She was on Arrow. I don't know. I'm saying Flash because Flash is a whole different thing. Same universe. Okay, I'm going to say same universe in the crossovers. But yeah,
The
she
Arrowverse.
started out with Arrow. Then she became what's
Black Canary.
Yeah, Black Canary. So I mean, but yeah, and she's been in some movies. I can't remember her first name. And anyway, doesn't matter. I don't know, but she's been married and divorced in a minute, so I don't know. What's her name? Christine. Christine. Oh God, I don't.
Katie Cassidy.
Yeah, Katie Cassidy. So yeah.
I find a lot of these big shows, some of with big casts, a lot of them seem to fall apart quite quickly when the show finishes. I mean, you think of Little House on the Prairie or the Waltons, the big cast that they had in them.
Yeah.
Look what happened to any of them once the show's finished. There was very few of those actors and actresses that actually carried it on. I can't think of many that did.
John Boy showed up here and there. He's not the only one, I think.
I saw him in Murder, She Wrote or something daft like that.
Yeah, he did. He was like a B actor, but I know what you're saying. In a large cast like that, especially for the ones that were child actors, a lot of them didn't transition into adult acting. The only one maybe Melissa Gilbert from Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did for a while. Yeah.
But for the most part, they end up all on the Hallmark Channel doing Hallmark movies.
Well, it keeps them busy. But the thing is, some of them don't even get the Hallmark movies.
Yeah.
Or the Lifetime movies where they can play lesbians. So it's. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go. I mean, all right. I don't care.
But it doesn't matter. It's. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, a lot of child actors don't make that transition. I mean, not even Ricky Shorter did that, and he was so popular in that series in the '80s. And yet,
Silver Spoons.
Yeah, but yet he has a.
What was he on? He was on. Remember, he was a cop. Wasn't Hill Street Blues? It was. God damn it! Now you're gonna make me look.
Hill Street Blues? Was it?
Was it NYPD Blue?
Ah, there we go. NYPD Blue. There you go.
Oh,
he was
the racy one.
Yeah, he was in like seasons 5 and 6 or something like that, or 6 and 7. and then he disappeared again.
Yeah. So anyway, I mean, and plus you've got to realize sometimes as they age, they may lose that cuteness.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, it's sad to say. I mean, I, but there's also adult stars that become big and flame out too. I mean, it doesn't just happen to
Oh
children.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's sad to see that children have this promising career that they think of, and then it just flounders. And some just walk away because they don't want to do it anymore. I mean, like the Olsen twins, they didn't need to do it after they were done. I mean, they made all their money, so now you don't hear from them at all because you don't have to. They don't have to do jack because they have other interests going on too as well. I mean, you might hear things of maybe bad news or something, but other than that, their sister's the one out there acting, doing all the Avenger movies as Scarlet Witch and all that stuff, and doing other things. I can't remember her first name, but it's Olsen. Her last name's Olsen. I know
Elizabeth
that.
Olsen. Elizabeth Olsen,
Yeah.
the prettiest of all of them.
Yeah, so she's the one out there that has the adult career, and she's the one working where she could probably try and just lay back and try to collect a paycheck from her sisters, but she's not doing that. But
You know what TV star actually has had longevity for, I guess now about almost 30 years. Mario Lopez from Saved by the Bell,
yeah, you're right
because
about
he
it.
does Entertainment Tonight. He's a DJ here in LA. I guess forgot what radio station he works for, and then you see him doing just different spots everywhere. So he's been kept relevant.
Yeah,
But
he's been kept busy, and well, he's still a good-looking guy too.
that's true too.
If
That goes very far.
If you're into that, I mean, I'm just saying he hasn't lost his looks. He's still he still can pull that off as a TV personality, and.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't think anybody from Saved by the Bell has done much. Really,
No.
really, I don't. I mean, but for him to keep trooping on, that's cool.
I mean, the two kids from Different Strokes. I mean, you didn't hear them either, do you?
Oh God, all three of them actually. All three had bad luck.
Yeah.
Yep. Drug problems, and well, Arnold's dead, so
Yeah.
he fell off that ladder in Las Vegas. So, from what I understand, I mean that was years back, I guess. But he was.
Oh yeah. And then
But
of course
he was having other health issues too, as well. I mean, he had to go for dialysis and all that stuff. So
yeah. And then of course the girl Dana Plato, she OD'd. I think she was the first one to die.
Was she? I know one of the twins out of what's that series? Can't remember the series. There's the two boys and the sister, and Thingy Allen's in it. The actor did the Santa Claus movies.
Oh, Tim Allen?
Tim Allen?
Yeah, the program was it?
Oh,
Home Improvement?
No, no, wrong program. Ray something over this bloke. The main actor is Ray something.
Ray Romano?
That's the one. The series that he did with the kids. I know they one of the twins in that died, didn't they? Can't remember the name of the series though.
I don't know. I mean, everyone loves Raymond. That's what it
That's
was called.
That's it.
And
oh, that's right. It wasn't it just one boy, but it was played by twins. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but one of them gone.
Oh wow.
Don't hear much about them either. But yeah, I mean, I think about it. The only really good kid that I think ever made it anywhere was Shirley Temple. You think about it. You think what she achieved.
That's going way back.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is going way back. And
But you look where she ended up.
well,
She
the actor
was
also,
didn't she?
well, the actor that played Beretta, he started out on Little Rascals, then did Beretta, and then killed his wife. Supposedly killed his wife and got away. Pulled an OJ, and
Get it right. He's on the golf course in Florida with OJ. They're both looking for the killers. Remember that.
Yeah, they are. They're both looking for they're both looking for the killers on the golf course.
Yeah, they're
Well, we
keeping
couldn't
drug
find him at hole
manufacturers in
9.
business.
No, he's not at hole 18 either. Gosh darn it. We're going to have to do it again. But
Yeah.
tomorrow
the
we'll
ninth-
start the search anew. But
Yeah, they're in the
He's,
19th
he's
hole.
probably the only. He's probably the only one left for the Little Rascals, right? I don't know if there's any of them that are alive, other than him.
he might be the only one because I don't know. I don't know what happened to the rest of them. I didn't keep. I mean, I've seen the serials, of course, but I haven't kept track of them. I mean, I think Spanky died a while ago. I mean, a while ago, right? I mean, Spanky passed away,
I think there was
He passed
something
away.
and Darla.
Alfalfa, if I'm not mistaken, was murdered. He was like a bartender and was robbed, or there was a bar fight or something or other, and he was stabbed.
Right.
Darla, I think Darla might still be alive, or she just died of old age.
I think there was something on YouTube about the Little Rascals not so long ago.
Yeah,
It did go through each and every character, but as you say, I don't think there's any of them really still going.
yeah. Robert Blake. I couldn't think of his Beretta. Robert Blake.
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, well, he did the series and then disappeared. He was in did some probably spots later on, but I mean, after that, but still, he was in Little Rascals and then actually had success as an adult. I don't know how long that series lasted, but it was popular at the time. You know, don't go to bed with the price on your head, which is probably one of the best lyrics ever written. But you know,
Don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
yeah, don't do the crime. You can't do the crime. Yeah, and don't
There
go to
you
bed
go.
with the price on your head. And you know, good advice. I mean, it was very insightful song for the time.
God, that was mid 70s.
Yeah, it was. But still, he was able to do a TV
Yeah.
series. I don't know. So anyway, but you know, it having longevity in that. Let's see, what did James Garner said? James Garner said, "Don't always try to be in the top 10, but be in the top 30." Is what James Garner suggested as your career went on. Thinking that, well, if you're in the top 30, you're still finding work.
In essence, he's saying if you make sure you're still relevant.
Yeah.
I can see that. That's actually good advice.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're
but
not
you
always
got
going to
it.
be in the top 10, so try to be in, just be in the top 30, and then, you're still relevant and you're still working because he did for a long, he had
So Shatner, you think about it.
Shatner. He just keeps his name out there. He doesn't really do much. Oh, he had that one series he did for what, sci-fi, or those books he claimed he wrote, and
he was at Comic-Con this past week signing his book. I did not want to go.
How much was that?
I didn't even check. I did. All I saw that it was a ticketed event, so you had to stand in a line for 2 hours to possibly get the chance to get a ticket, and then from there you went to the other line for another couple hours.
No.
So
yeah, you went there. So did Roger get around okay? I know that he's kind of wobbling around. Did he have to get a wheelchair?
He did pretty well. He went to Saturday and Friday. Me and him went on Friday. And we the person that I can't remember her name. The person who invited us or invited him, we sat in on her panel. She's extremely nice. She's very talkative. They were talking about the Orville, and she was actually the most entertaining of the 4 people that were up there. So, because the 2 guys that were the moderators, they should not have been moderators. There's one guy, you could barely hear him. He was mumbling and his voice was really low. And the other one that was talking took over, I guess, the podcast, because the guy that was low and mumbling had a podcast going and he decided to stop, but the other guy took it over. He was a little more lively, but you could tell they were not used to being in front of people speaking and trying to get the conversations going.
Oh, okay, all right,
I can relate to that. I can relate to that.
yeah.
So
I'm not exactly what I would call exuberant when I'm in front of complete strangers. I tend to let somebody else go ahead. You know, you lead the way, I'll follow.
I will say, because I have never watched Orville, but after sitting in the panel and they showed some clips and stuff, I may go back and watch it now. It looks funny and stuff. So
I think I,
it looks like something I'd watch.
yeah, I think there was just the film, wasn't it? There's a film and then there's a series, isn't there? With Orville.
I'm not sure if there was a film. It might have been like a 2 hour premiere,
Yeah, I remember
but I know
seeing
it was
something.
I know it was a series,
Yeah,
and I guess they said Seth had been shopping it around, but no one wanted to do it because um, he wanted it. And from what my understanding is, they did a lot of comedy at the start, but as the series progressed, it got more serious.
mm,
So I guess he originally pitched it as a drama, and no one wanted it because it was Seth doing it, and they were like, "Where's the comedy? Where's the comedy?" So finally, when he went to Sci-Fi, or I believe it was Sci-Fi that picked it up, or whoever picked it up, he pitched it first, saying it's going to be a comedy with some drama in it.
yeah,
So everybody was like, "Oh, well, Seth MacFarlane. Oh, he's writing it. Of course, it's going to be funny." So that's why they gave him the green light.
yeah. The bit
So
I saw was all comedy. I thought, yeah,
yeah. So
not
like I
really stuff.
believe they said the first 4 episodes is like all the deadpan comedy you could think of was thrown in there
Yeah,
to make the company happy, and then he started getting more serious afterwards.
yeah. Was
After they
he?
already had the fan base going.
Yeah. It's like was it the films Galaxy Quest? That was another one.
Yes.
I thought,
That was a funny
yeah,
movie.
yeah. I saw bits of it, and I thought, yeah, I'm not getting it.
It,
Not getting it.
it was funny stupid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's one of my.
Sometimes you
It's
need
one of
that.
my. I watch it every year or so. I've enjoyed it. I mean, it's Tim Allen being Tim Allen, and it's the
Yeah.
premise is pretty decent. And plus the cast is pretty star-studded too. I mean, besides Tim Allen and Sigourney Weaver, and I mean, and the
I was really surprised seeing her in a comedy because I don't picture her as comedy. So it's always a nice surprise when you see someone that you think of as drama or action,
well,
and
she
they do a
kind of
comedy
done
series.
that in Ghostbusters in a way.
Oh yeah,
But I see what you're saying. But she pulled it off. I mean, she's an actress.
yeah, oh yeah.
Plus she's used to killing aliens. So yeah.
yeah, just a bit. Really?
He's probably kind of tame for her, but she. It was pretty. It was pretty. I mean, for what it was a fun movie. It's a fun movie. It's not.
Yeah.
You sit there and you kind of crash out and laugh along with it a little bit and think or smile a little bit here and there and thinking about they're a TV crew and they think they're real or they're real.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier about vegging out. That like for me
Yeah.
with wrestling, because people will ask, well, why do you watch it? And I said because of all that's going on, out in life, my personal medical problems, and blah blah blah. You just want to sit down in front of the TV and veg out for a couple hours of not even think about anything and just watch what you're watching. For me, it's wrestling and, maybe action movies. Anime Girl is her anime. Everybody's got something to disconnect.
Yeah.
And
Right.
you need that.
Yeah. Anime and all my animation, like DreamWorks and what have you. That's
Yeah. Roger's got his Star Trek porn, so.
I'm not going there. I'm not going
Roger does.
there. I've actually
That's
remembered.
why
there was
his right forearm looks bigger than his left.
I never noticed. Then I didn't look. I remember there was a TV series in the 80s called But Ugly Martians. I don't even get it over there.
But ugly Martians?
Yeah.
No, it never came this way.
Never? I've
No.
got a DVD of it. Hang on a minute. Let's hold on.
But the Martians, yeah.
You ready for this?
It sounds like a Disney show, doesn't it? Right? Doesn't it, Big Dog?
Yeah, that's But Ugly Martian.
Is it a TV show or was it a movie or what was it?
No, it was a TV show. It was a kids'
Really?
television show. Yeah. You go on
Huh.
YouTube, you'll probably find it on YouTube. But yeah, it was a kids' TV show.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
mean,
see
yeah.
that on Nickelodeon. Well, it could be on Nickelodeon, but yeah.
Yeah.
That'd probably be, but Ugly Martians would probably be Nick at Night. So,
Yeah. Or
It's not that kind of show, believe it or not. It's if you like stupidity in your TV shows, then yeah, I mean, But Ugly Martians. I mean, you'll fall about laughing.
I will say, I thank England for the show that I have never laughed so much in my life when I first found it, and I watched all the episodes I could find. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I got to go back and watch them again because I'll probably laugh hysterically again. And that was Faulty Towers.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God! When I first found out about it, I laughed and just the skits that they would do. Oh my God!
With Manuel.
Oh, so funny.
Yeah. Don't mention the war. You ever watched Dad's Army?
Which one?
Have you ever watched Dad's Army?
Dad's Army. No.
No, that's another one.
Okay.
It's an English comedy series set in the Second World War about the Home Guard.
Okay.
Started
Dad's
in about
Army, okay.
1968. The one you may have difficulty finding, but I like watching it, is it's called
Okay.
It Ain't Half Hot, Mum.
Huh.
That's another one. That's set sort of post Second World War, and it's the end of the Raj and all the rest of it in India. And Windsor Davis was the sergeant major. But if
Okay.
you watch that, if you ever thought of the British as completely and utterly demented when they were in the forces, It Ain't Half Hot, Mum will solidify it forever.
All
It's
right.
about a group of actors, but they're in the army.
Sounds good.
If you ever find any parts to watch it, you may
Okay.
enjoy. But those two series, they go alongside sort of like Faulty Towers with the stupidity. You think of Faulty Towers stupidity, Dad's Army, and It Ain't Half Hot, Mum, are similar lines.
Since we're along the comedy, English comedies, what was your personal feelings about Benny Hill?
Benny Hill.
Yeah.
Best way to describe it is a bit like Marmite. Sometimes you liked it, sometimes you didn't, because sometimes
Okay, I can see
it's
that.
just a little too far.
Yes, he did. For that time, yes, he did.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Benny, you had to be careful. There was times when you thought, no, this is not the way to go, Benny.
But
Yeah.
what I found out, what I did was I got some Benny Hill DVDs from the library.
Wow,
And
I'm surprised they had those.
And what I found is that you don't want to binge watch it because then you find that you keep seeing the same joke over and over
Yes.
again.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when you watch it, when you watch it over here and you actually find an episode, it was funny because you didn't see it every day because you had to actually catch it on, well, at a certain time here in the States. I mean, I think it was like on a UHF channel at the time, if you want to call it that. But
Yeah,
it was
late
it
at
was
night.
still cable, and it's still late at night, and you'd watch it, but you wouldn't watch it every day, so you didn't catch that. But Benny Hill was doing. But then if you binge watch it, oh come on, really?
Yeah.
But
I mean,
but I know it was a favorite of your country.
but I mean, the comedian that I used to enjoy back in the day was actually an Irish comedian called Dave Allen. And he had me in King.
I think I've heard that name.
I saw something about that. I forget.
Yeah,
It was
he's
in the
Irish,
news.
and he He has a go at the Catholic Church, put it that way. He doesn't miss and hit the wall. He
Yeah,
really does go hammer and tongs.
right, right. But
But
I,
you
I,
want to,
I think I saw a couple of things on YouTube. I read something about him. He passed
yeah,
away, or there was something,
he is on YouTube.
and
You
I
can watch
thought, well,
full
yeah,
shows of
guys.
it.
But I know that he was also, popular over there. I mean, not everything translates across the pond.
No,
But I
no.
mean, I know that we have a stronger, for some reason, our, the United States, where you think we need to be everywhere now. But
The one
still,
show I, the one show that I found that some Americans really do love, and I can't understand why, is the sci-fi comedy series Red Dwarf. The amount of Americans I have spoken to, and the first post they come out with is Red Dwarf.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it.
Yeah,
Same
have you ever
here.
seen it? Eh?
Neither.
Me neither. Oh well, you're lucky because most of the Americans I know, they talk about Red Dwarf with with the computer and the three get the cat that becomes human and all sorts. So
Huh. Okay.
complete and utter lunacy. Again, typical British TV program. I could list them. When it comes to comedies, I could list them A to B, really, A to Z, if you like to say.
So I watched.
Um,
Speaking
I
of,
think we're coming up on that time because it's 10 o'clock.
Okay.
I am not sure if
I don't think there is. There's nothing. There's nothing after us. There is nothing. But I want, since we're talking about the British real quick. You weren't a victim of Jimmy Savile, were you, Anime Girl?
No.
Well, that documentary is on Netflix, and it kind of shocked. I watched it like, what? How did this dude? I mean, for how many years got away with what he did? And
The thing is, if you ever watched the program Top of the Pops, which I used to do regularly on a Thursday night, it was portrayed as a family pop show, right?
okay.
There were the jingles, there was the personalities. I mean, you had Jimmy Savile, you had the other, like the hairy DJ. His nickname is called the Hairy Cornflake. There were all these different DJs, and they would present the show. So you never really got to see the personality behind the facade. And any
Okay.
show that Jimmy Savile did, like the ones he did with the kids,
yeah, they granted wishes. Yeah,
yeah, it was all a facade. It was all what we would call over the top.
right. I get that because we have the same thing, well, here as well. I mean, it's not like it's exclusive, but I understand. It's uh, it's just that he. I mean, it's just appalling what this guy got away with, and I know what you're saying, but he also profaned that he was this great humanitarian as well. I mean, it wasn't like he looked funny, but he was raising funds for this, that, and the other, and he was always out there. So
Yeah, it was some hospital that he was forever pushing. So,
yeah, and he got
but
the
he wasn't
ear,
alone.
and
He
he got
wasn't
the ear
alone.
of Princess Diane, and it was really, it
But when you
was
think about it, I mean, Savile on that program wasn't alone in what he was getting up to. I mean, Gary Glitter was on the same program. He was an artist. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. And he was, you know, one of Savile's friends. So the problem you all had was, it was, do you believe a kid or do you believe this radio TV star? And back in
right,
the day, people like Savile and Glitter and Rolf Harris, they all had the power to silence the kids. And the kids were silenced. The kids were pushed to one side and say, "No, it never happened. These people don't do that." And it's only in the later years that it's all started to emerge that yes, they did, and now people have to step back and say, "Well, yeah, we're as guilty as Savile in that because we allowed it to happen. We were told it was going on, and we chose to ignore it."
Right.
Um, it's our shame we allowed it to continue.
Well, you're not the only country guilty of that either. I mean, but it's just that, we don't usually see a lot of what's going on over there here in the States. And just to see that documentary was, and well, plus, like you're saying, it was also back, he's been popular for how long during the 60s where things like that weren't really listened to, like you were saying. I mean,
Yeah.
it took a couple decades for people to actually start listening to what was happening because, back in the early days, they didn't want to do that because they wanted to keep the train going too. They wanted to keep that money coming. So, I mean, that was probably part of it too, as well, if they did know about it. But it just, I'm not saying it was good. I'm not saying that it was just a documentary that I watched and it just seemed like it went. What he did was it went on for a very long time.
But see, the thing is, over here, for a very, very long time, there was an adage that a lot of adults used, which were children should be seen and not heard. And a lot of people subscribe to that.
Right.
Some,
Well,
even today, subscribe to the fact that children should be seen but not heard. And it's taken the children from the 60s and 70s to grow up and find a voice, and for other people to sit back and actually listen to them. So I understand people's revulsion. I understand, these things do happen, but unfortunately, they will continue to happen until we can sort it out. Until we can take these people and make them better to stop it
yeah,
happening.
yeah. Well, same here. We have things happen here as well, and then we have to, then we find out about it, and it's like, how did this happen? But then, you know, but anyway, that was kind of. I don't know why I brought that. I guess that's we're talking about England. Things happening over in England. I guess I brought that up, but
Yeah,
I
well,
know, but I mean, there are good things happening in England now. I mean, you got King Charles going on. I know you're proud of that.
well, we've got our. As I said to Big Dog, and I say to anybody, there is good and bad in all. No matter who you are, doesn't matter what color you are, what religion you are, what gender you are. There are good and bad in all of us. Some of us can stand up and shine a light and say, "I'm perfect, I'm excellent." But I think 99.9% of people, if they're perfectly honest and perfectly frank, will turn around and say, "I have my faults. I
Right.
have, I have my secrets that I want to keep." Everybody, if they're honest with themselves, can say that. I can say that. I've got my secrets that I want to keep. And I'm not perfect. And I know I'm not perfect. But at my age now, I think I'm a better me now than I was 40 years ago. I think 40 years ago, I was a very naive individual. Whereas now, my head's in a better place, and I've learned painful lessons to make sure I don't
as
make
we all
the same
have.
mistakes again.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't think King Charles' reign is going to be as long as his mother's.
Oh, not a hope,
We all know that.
not a hope in hell.
You might,
Well,
you
How,
yeah,
might,
how old is
you might be having
how old
another
is Charles?
coronation next year.
72?
Charles is about
I thought he was older than that.
He's older than that. He was born, I think, in 1947. Born in 47. Big Dog, you're old judgery again, my man. I don't know what's happened to you. Your picture's judgery and your
Yeah,
vocals
yeah.
are delayed.
He's 74.
There you
Okay.
go. You need to refresh, Big Dog.
Oh, I need to refresh?
Yeah, you're very judgery, and your voice comes before you even talk.
Okay. Well, actually, it's probably because my laptop is down to 5%. So I guess we could close this one off. So if you guys could sign us off, since I'm not coming through very clear, I'd
Okay.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I believe we're all going to be back next week, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
Yep, I think
No.
so. I think next week is an official show.
Oh, you will. Yes, I know you will.
I won't be back because I'll be in sunny
Yes,
Cornwall.
you'll be talking to the king and telling him what he's doing wrong.
No, I'll be talking to the bloody seagulls and telling them to bugger off. But peace and long life to everyone, and
Yep.
please join us next week.
Don't
Tell
forget
your
to hit
mother
that-
hi from us at here in the States.
Yep, and don't forget
will
to hit
very much
that like and subscribe button and hit that
Right.
notification bell so you can always
Yep.
know when to catch the Pete, the
Yeah,
sports
ring
people.
the damn bell.
Yep, there we go. She's got her own bell now. Everybody's
Well,
getting their own
come on.
bell. Started a
Well,
trend.
bell. Yeah. Adios, people.
Adios.
Have fun now.